morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Going to ask if you would start to look for your table. If you would look for your table, that would be fantastic. If you need help with that, if you raise your hand, we'll help you. Welcome to those that are here with us virtually as well. Don't know where that camera is, but we're glad you're tuned in. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sean Pazant, and we're so glad you're here, and Evan, who's going to sing for us, and we're going to sing with him, and the words will be on the screen to open us.
On that day, and on that day when my strength is failing, the end draws near and my time has come, still my soul will sing your praise unending. We sing 10,000 years and then forevermore. I worship your holy name. Yeah, I worship your holy name.
The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Lord God, Almighty and everlasting Father, you have brought us in safety to this new day. Preserve us with your mighty power that we may not fall into sin nor be overcome by adversity. And in all we do, direct us to the fulfilling of your purpose through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Almighty and ever-living God, source of all wisdom and understanding, be present with all of us who take counsel for the renewal and mission of your church. Teach us in all things to seek first your honor and glory, and guide us to perceive what is right, and grant us both the courage to pursue it and the grace to accomplish it through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. You may be seated. I now declare this convention open. Yay! I'm really glad to see all of you here. Love seeing you. Welcome all the people online. Welcome all our guests. We are glad to be here at Camp McDowell today for the 2023 Diocesan Convention. And the first thing you know, of course, is that I need to tell you where the restrooms are. That may be the most important thing, who knows. The restrooms are located in the back of the room, and if you make your way, there are 3 doors, and I would just ask that when you go in and out, if you'll pay attention to how loud it slams. You can hear all that out here, that's why. So if you'll do that, they're in the back of the room. John and Kat Daly from St. John's, Montgomery, and they're going to have to make themselves visible to me because I cannot see them. There they are. John and Kat are serving. They are in the health hut. They're staying there, and they will help you here or help you there. And if you need to get a hold of them, we can get you their phone numbers back there if you have any medical issue or any concern. Please feel free to call on them and they will assist you. We have hearing assistance devices that are located at the AV booth, which is right back here in the back of the room. If you need those, please go to those gentlemen and they will help you outfit you so you can hear better. We don't want you to miss anything because of that. We also would like to request, if you have names to be placed of those that you have lost this last year who were part of this convention at some time or another, we would ask that by the end of today. What time is the end of today? Someone? 4:30. By 4:30 today, we would like you to give us those names because we would like to read them tonight in the necrology at the Eucharist. And now this is a listing of past delegates or members of the convention who have died since our last convention. I have been told that we have 76 of 87 parishes represented. Woohoo! That's a big number. And we have 83 of our canonical clergy, all orders per Canon 3 are present, and that is a majority. So we can say that we have a quorum. I want to thank Scott Arnold, who is our diocesan secretary, and Augusta Dowd, who is our chancellor, and they will help us stay on track. They'll help me stay on track for sure. and you'll hear from them later. In order to exercise your vote, which we want you to do, you will have to be in this space, with the exception of the caucus meetings, which will take place at other places. There is one caucus meeting here, but there'll be some others, 2 others at least, that will be in other parts, and we'll give you all that detail before the time comes. So, as they say on the plane, sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight. And I will not even get into the oxygen masks and how they will descend. If they come out of the ceiling, I want y'all to come and get me. Voting this year, when we're in this space, will be with a clicker system. And I know everybody wants to see what that is, and they didn't give me one. They don't trust me with it yet. But you'll get to use those, and we'll explain all that. We'll practice a little bit later this morning. You'll hear more about voting from Hank Polnitz, our election chair, later. And the convention schedule is published on your centerpiece. Hopefully you can see that, and that'll help you. You'll also see there's a QR code, so please scan it or go to the convention website. Order of conduct is available on that website. So, having said all that, I would like to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. And I've already got a second, and I don't know who did it, but you need to know who did it, Scott? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. I skipped discussion, but if anybody has anything they'd like to have on the agenda that I skipped, we'll back up. All right, and I would like to move for adoption of the order of conduct. And I need a second. And we need another hand vote. Wait, stop. Any discussion? No one wants to talk about the order of conduct? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. I would also like to move for giving seat and voice. I'd like a motion for giving seat and voice to the lay members of Diocesan Council and the non-canonical licensed clergy who are present. Could I have a motion for that? Okay, I see some hands go up. In a second. Any discussion? Seat and voice. Need to have a hand-raising vote. All in favor, say aye. So diocesan, oh, I did it, didn't I? I'll try to pay attention while we're doing this, sorry. And I think now, Sean, we're going to have some more music. Is that right? All right, thank you.
Worthy of every song we could ever sing, worthy of all the praise we could ever bring, worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Jesus, the name above every other name. Jesus, Jesus, the only one who could ever save. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Oh, we live for you. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none beside you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Yeah, yeah. Jesus, the name above every other name. Jesus, the only one who could ever save. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Oh, we live for you. Yeah, we sing holy. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none beside you. Open up my eyes in wonder and show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Yeah, holy, there is no one like you. There is none beside you. Open up my eyes in wonder and show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Those around us, Jesus. And I will build my life upon your love. It is a firm foundation, and I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be. When we sing, I will build my. It is a firm foundation, and I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be shaken. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none beside you. Open up my eyes in wonder and show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. And I will build my life upon your love. We'll sing. It is a firm foundation, and I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be shaken.
Grace to you and peace I always give thanks to God for all of you, and I mention you in our prayers, constantly remembering before our God and Father your work of faith and labor of love and steadfastness of hope in our Lord Jesus Christ. That is how Paul begins his letter to the Thessalonians. Scholars say Paul is looking back, reflecting on all his visits to the churches and able to see how they're living out abundant faith, hope, and love. What Paul calls 3 signs of life. Paul's greeting reminded me of you. You know, I must admit, until I became bishop, I never paid attention to Paul's greetings. But now they fit over and over what I see when I visit you. I'm happy to say that as I convene my 3rd diocesan convention as your bishop, I do see very strong signs of life all over our faith communities, all over. Our churches, large and small, are rebounding, and they're growing in wonderful and surprising ways, creative ways. We have emerged from the lockdown through all of its ups and downs, its stops and starts, into a new chapter of sharing the gospel of Jesus. And we have many things to be grateful for and much to celebrate. Since my first convention began in the earliest days of lockdown, I have been able to watch where we started and how you've adapted and you've rebuilt and you are creating new and life-giving ways to share the gospel of Jesus that we never even thought about before the pandemic. Since last convention, Bishop Pryor and I have visited 80 of our 87 churches. And all our faith communities, our worshiping communities, and camp, sometimes more than once. And we've seen all of your innovation and energy turn from COVID management to inviting and welcoming old and new friends, seekers and strangers to your communities. One of the best things about being bishop continues to be getting to see your home base and look at the ministries that have captured your heart. At convention, I hope you'll get a glimpse of a much bigger picture of the Diocese of Alabama and a taste of our common life, and that you'll see how much Jesus is working in all of our churches and beyond. Our theme for convention is Deep Roots and New Growth, inspired by God's words to Jeremiah. And so I went to Eugene Peterson, and this is his translation of the verse. Those who trust God shall be like trees that are planted in Eden, putting down roots near the rivers, never a worry through the hottest of summers, never dropping a leaf, serene and calm through the droughts, bearing fresh fruit every season. This year we celebrated 150 years of ministry at the Cathedral Church of the Advent, 20 years of deacons service in our diocese, 30 years of Sawyerville ministry, and 100 years of summer camping, eventually leading to Camp McDowell. Last Sunday I met with 9 churches from our Black Belt. It was a great meeting. They have great refreshments. Most of those churches date back to the very beginning of the diocese in the 1830s. We have many, many reasons to believe that we have deep roots. As I travel the highways and byways that lead me to you each Sunday, I see that deep root and I see that fruit, and I'm always proud of you. I can see how hard you are working and how challenging it has really been. I know there have been heartbreaking losses, and a lot of setbacks. Still, I see your faith and the love of Jesus shining through and holding us and helping us and making us one body. This year, I have traveled many, many places, some that I don't want to go back to, and they're not on this continent. Because of COVID postponements, we had both Lambeth Conference and our General Convention in Baltimore within about 7 days of each other. Lambeth Conference is a once every 10 years meeting of the Worldwide Anglican Communion. Some 650 bishops and that's a lot of bishops. You would think they would make a law or something. 650 bishops, 450 spouses, and from 165 countries met in Canterbury, near where the Archbishop has home base. We had 12 days of worship and Bible study and discussion, and we talked about everything from world hunger, climate crisis, to the Anglican identity, all in an attempt to deepen understanding and to support each other's churches across a multitude of cultures and contexts. I've written about all this in another place, but what I'd like you to take away that although it was exhausting, it was emotional, it was very worthwhile, and it was a great blessing to represent you. Bill and I really loved doing that and telling people that we were from Alabama, and they would say, "Where is that?" The Anglican Church, of which we are just a tiny part, is alive and growing. The American Church has a very big role in that communion because we've reached out to so many across the globe and built relationships. My most powerful learning for the 2 weeks was that although our languages and skin colors are varied, and our contexts for ministry and our customs are just incredibly diverse, the love of Jesus can bridge all those differences and make the experience make sense. A network of common love can transcend global politics. It can encourage cooperation for Jesus' sake when all else fails, and that is just one big reason why we should really remain active there. Just before I left for England, we had our General Convention in Baltimore, which was abbreviated, if you can believe it, into 4.5 days. Bishop Pryor and I had a good old time there. It was very, very chaotic. Can you believe that? Some of it was confusing, yet there were some very redeeming moments that I will share. I appreciate the work of our deputation. I know I saw some of them sitting in the back, and the good news is we get to have another convention sooner than 3 years. We get to have another convention in 2024, and we will be nominating and electing our delegation this afternoon and tomorrow. I hope you'll think really seriously about serving. This convention, I understand, will be 7 days long, and I hope we learn that we can constructively condense the business, but we're still in search of that perfect convention. At this General Convention, we will elect a new presiding bishop. Speaking of presiding bishops, my cousin and brother, Michael, who I love dearly, I really do, visited us in May of this past year, and it was just amazing. Revival revived us all, and from all I've heard from you, it came at exactly the right time. On my challenging days, I remember how it looked and felt to see all of your banners coming in to Birmingham Southern, into the arena. Well, it brought tears to many eyes. If you missed it, we still have it up on the website. Bishop Curry can preach, and his message rings true. Let's see. If it's not about love,
it's not about God.
See, isn't that great? Every preacher in the room is going, why didn't I think of that? I will never forget his time with our young people at All Saints. They asked him very hard and very direct questions like, tell us about growing up. Tell us about a very hard time that you had. How did you get through it? Or how was it to grow up as a black man where you lived? They were very courageous. And then they said, tell us how you found God. The youth simply reflected the good formation that they've gotten in all their churches. Our youth are hungry, and they're curious, and they're devoted. His breakfast with clergy and the ECW, Episcopal Church Women, for those that don't know that acronym, was also a great blessing, and it was a shot in the arm for all of us. The music at the revival was inspiring and beautiful. The witness talks from our presenters gave us a glimpse, just a glimpse, of the depth and breadth of our work together. I so appreciate everyone who helped us make that day so wonderful. There are so many to thank. I hope we can do it again with or without Bishop Curry, that Bishop Curry, the other one. We saw the power of us coming together to share what God's doing in each life, and that's what revives us. Our clergy and laity became overnight televangelists and YouTube teachers, and even though everyone is completely back to in-person worship, our careers on the internet are still growing. Is our theology big enough to accommodate our virtual communities and congregations? Those people we've discovered who maybe never cross our thresholds. That's something we have to figure out. As amazing as it sounds, all of that, I think, is here to stay. COVID just simply gave us a chance to look at it. In responding to COVID, a new kind of church has been born, and we've got a lot to figure out. Our teaching, our preaching, meeting virtually will continue, and it will change. We'll get better at it. We'll understand how to make it work. We're blessed with hardworking, creative, determined, inspired, and very faithful clergy. And I am very proud of their selfless love for Jesus and for their flocks. They have given everything they've got to keep their churches, their communities going. And I hope that all of you notice that, and I want them to know that I'm very grateful to them. Everyone has worked together to relentlessly feed the hungry and the lost in Wednesday night car lines or pop-up food banks or food trucks and more. I don't think I knew what a blessing box was until COVID. You've organized everything: clothing drives, food giveaways, sing-alongs. You've helped with utilities and gas and rent. Name it, we've tried it. You've become nimble and responsive to circumstances in unbelievable ways. Our churches have seen their home communities as a mission field, and they've responded with generous hearts, and you become more engaged in the community outside your parish as a result. How could you help it? Our youth ministry has been phenomenal. They were sort of hid away, and now they've rebounded with giant camp events, 2 happenings, 110 kids at Christmas conference, and very little problem with COVID. Youth also attended a Province 4 leadership event, and we added a new Diocesan service day with Rise Against Hunger. Campus ministry has continued to regroup and grow. I think what we're learning is that our strongest campus ministry happens when it's directly connected to a parish. The terrible financial forecasts that were predicted, thankfully, has not materialized, and thanks to very careful planning and your extraordinary generosity, even with inflation, we're all emerging in a healthy place and able to help some of our more vulnerable and smaller communities. This past Sunday, I was in Selma at St. Paul's, where everyone there is reeling and recovering from a violent tornado, as you know, that destroyed lots of homes, schools, churches, and businesses in both the richest and the poorest areas. In this, they were all alike. The difference was the richest areas had insurance and the poorest did not. St. Paul's itself was spared, but every parish member lost something. We blessed their new Gamble house across the street from the church, which was made to lodge space people who are coming to Selma on pilgrimage, and now they're using it to house first responders and work crews. Isn't it interesting how they built the space and they needed it right away, or they renovated it and needed it right away? They will need help for a long time, months, years, and resources for those without insurance, because they need to help rebuild the community that made the town strong. We have a link up on our website for support. The greater gifts financially have continued to come from your determined generosity. You continue to give sacrificially to your parishes and the diocese also to support our mission and ministry. And when I say thank you, it never seems like it's enough, but I do thank you, and I also thank God for your generosity. Your generosity and the dedication of your lay and clergy leaders has helped many churches and their end their year financially whole, and we can look ahead with hopeful and creative spirits, and that's something to celebrate. In April, the Standing Committee, the Commission on Ministry, and the Diocesan Council, all those things we're going to be talking about in election, they met together, all together here at camp, and led by Bishop Pryor, they considered their work for the coming year, and they agreed that the purpose of the diocese is to be a resource, not just a regulatory body, a resource, a group of people who come together as a team to help people who need us, so that our parishes can witness to the love of Jesus around us and through us. They organized this group, this governing body group, their work around 4 areas that wherever I go seem to represent both our strengths and our challenges, and the directions we affirmed last year are viewed through these 4 lenses. The first one is leadership development. Last convention, I promised to strengthen our leadership with both Bishop Pryor and the Reverend Jeff Evans, and they both just had their 1st anniversary, and we're glad that they are here. I'll say more about Brian in a minute, but I am grateful to Brian and Stacy, and I don't know where Stacy is, but she's probably off doing something. They're a team that has helped us a lot, and they have built our leadership capacity across the diocese. We're advertising and recruiting for Alabama all over the country. And we're encouraging more people to enter our discernment processes. I'm happy to report that we're making significant progress. We spent clergy conference with faculty on adaptive leadership, and we're introducing Leading in Hope to our newest clergy. We have had 2 what we call Explorers Days for those who are interested in discernment, considering ordained service, and a total of 48 people from 26 parishes attended. They get to ask questions about what it's like to live as an ordained person. We currently have 15 postulants and candidates for holy orders in process. That's an increase of 2 from last year, and several of those are in alternative training. Alternative training for ordained ministry is a rapidly changing area of the church. All over the country, all over the world, the training's changing. Most of our students are enrolled at Swanee's program at the moment, and we have 2 at Bexley Seabury. But all the seminaries are offering low residency training, and while we can explore new ways to educate, we can't compromise preparation. Residential seminary is still the norm, but virtual life has entered in a strong way, motivated and encouraged by COVID, to make things very interesting. I'm grateful to the Reverend Canon Kelly Hudlow for working closely with all our clergy and postulants to help them go through this time and get ready to lead. The Commission on Ministry has been incredibly active. Polly Robb has been a great chairwoman. We're checking our assumptions, we're asking all kinds of questions, we're thinking outside the box, and that group gets together. It's a big group of very devoted people, and they're looking at lay and ordained work. And this year we will have 2 cycles of BACM, the Bishop's Advisory Committee, y'all probably know that, on ministry. And they advise bishops about who should go or who's prepared to go, who feels the call. And we'll have 2 cycles of active shepherding this year, not just one, to try to accommodate more interest. The second area, congregational vitality, this is an idea that I think you heard articulated in Sam Wells' offering last year, and you'll also hear some of that from Jason Biasy, our speaker this year, who's sitting right here. I'll introduce him eventually. What makes a congregation vital and vibrant? Is it sharing? Is it the sharing of the gospel that brings life to those inside and outside? Is that happening? Is the ministry inside attractive to those who are outside? How has COVID changed us? These are the questions we ask. Each parish context is very different. But I'm always wondering how we best can support your ministry. And is your ministry vital to the community where it's located, that you call home? We're finding that when the diocesan staff as a team can partner, come alongside with people in their parishes to strengthen their connection to the community and their outreach ministry and their offerings to children and youth, that things start to happen. 2 years ago, we began more deliberately considering each parish's circumstance, asking, what are your barriers to vitality? Tell us, what do you think? How can we help overcome those? We've encouraged small church, large church partnership. Some of you are doing that now. Mission and outreach parish grants have stimulated amazing ministries. St. Catherine's in Chelsea took $2,500 to fund a Halloween fair for children with disabilities, and now that is a tradition, and their yards are filled with children with disabilities. St. Peter's in Talladega leveraged their grant into a choral scholars program that's revitalizing Talladega's town music. So many good stories to tell. Clergy leadership is often directly related to vitality. We've taken aim at that issue, not with a shotgun, but with something more direct. And we work every day to build more ordained and lay support for those who need it. Last year at convention time, we had 14 vacancies in rector or associate rector positions. And this year, I'm happy to report we have 4 vacancies. We expect to fill it's amazing. We have every reason to believe that we will fill those 4 this year. We're making progress, but those of you who haven't yet been touched, we haven't forgotten you. We're not there yet. We also studied, at your request, salary equity issues, and we found that our salary differences are actually related to where you're serving, like parish size. They're not related to gender or race. Larger churches are able to pay higher salaries than smaller churches. So once someone goes somewhere to serve after their first couple of years out of seminary, their salary can move in ways that the diocese doesn't control. I'm happy to share details with those who raised those questions last year offline if you want to see them. I know that we've met with many of you already, but I just want to be sure that you know that we looked at it. Last year we had 45 parishes being served by retired clergy, and this year that number is 24, with 17 parishes served solely by supply clergy. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have some parishes that would rather not be served by supply clergy. We do. My point is, we're finding that when we develop an individualized plan for every parish according to their context, that works best. So deliberately, thoughtfully, that's what we're trying to do. I want us to develop a process so when a transition happens, we know the best way to help that group of leaders. I want to say thank you to Jeff Evans and Brian Pryor in particular, who work on this all the time, and there's a team with them that I'm afraid I'm leaving out. So thank you for everybody who's helped us get to the point we are now. Racial healing. This began as an effort to energize ministries that help us share God's reconciling love with a priority on racial reconciliation. To build on the fine work of 30 years of Sawyerville, the excellent leadership of the Commission on Truth, Justice, and Racial Reconciliation, I wanted us to support the many sacred ground groups that are popped up in our parishes, expand our education and training, and do more to be part of the legacy in Montgomery and Hayneville and Selma. To that end, the task force that I appointed on Becoming Beloved Community worked for 10 months to study how we might strengthen our ministry around racial reconciliation. I'll tell you more detail about that tomorrow, but they finished their work and made some recommendations. This summer we had 187 youth from all around the diocese and Hale County staff Sawyerville. We had 12 that participated in person-to-person, and 250 came together from all over the country. 250 people came together, and it was hot, from all over the country to walk the Jonathan Daniels pilgrimage this summer. We also named our first missioner in racial healing and pilgrimage, Miss Brianna Mitchell. Don't know where Bree is. She's probably busy working, to help us respond to the growing mission of pilgrimage that has come to the state of Alabama, particularly to Montgomery and Selma and Hayneville and parts around the civil rights movement itself. Great progress, but more to come. Sometimes our deep roots in the geography of the Black Belt yields a chance to help communities that we don't see all the time in unexpected ways. This year we partnered with the Black Belt citizens in Uniontown to provide water filters. Many of you people bought those. Provide water filters to the residents free of charge. These filters for some are an answer to prayer. Can you imagine not being able to have clean water just because you turn it on? So far we've given away over 50. They cost $400 each. We're able to show love in this way. As one happy recipient who wrote us said, "In my home, I am a caretaker of 2 elderly gentlemen with dementia, and it's not easy. Access to clean water sure does mean a lot." Camp McDowell, the 4th area. Camp McDowell is a beloved resource for parishes in the diocese and a vital part of our identity. And man, it has been through some ups and downs the past 2 years. One of my first early meetings as Bishop Coadjutor was on a finance call about what to do about camp with everything going shut. I'm happy to report it is now stable, it has emerged, it has rebounded, and it's even excelled. Bishop Pryor's leadership in working with me and working with Camp McDowell has been tremendous. You'll see some of the numbers later today and tomorrow. Let's say this: the camp listening process and the leadership of Bishop Brian Pryor has been essential and life-giving to this ministry. Brian was just given Hero of Camping Ministry Award from the Episcopal Camp and Conference Center. He knows something about it. He's been at it a long time. I love having his help. We have learned much. We'll continue to learn more. To date, 31,000 people came to camp in 2022. We're almost back to 2019 numbers. We're just almost there, just a couple of hundred people. 2019 numbers of 1,400 in summer camp. And camp received last year $171,000 in grants. They have someone working with them doing that all the time now, thanks to their leaders, and you'll hear more from them. Watching and walking with you this year, I want to also thank our larger churches for their leadership in reaching out to share their resources. They're very generous, not only with their money, but with their ideas, with their clergy, with their lay leaders, and they've stepped up in all kinds of ways. They got it. This is a network, and we need to help everybody in the network do better. At the same time, I want to applaud everyone's willingness to experiment and try new things. Don't stop doing that. That's the only way that the church is going to change, is if we are willing to try new things and experiment. And I don't mean change for the worse. I mean change for the better. Serving the needs of communities is critical to vitality. COVID opened us to new ways and has helped us ask new questions. You've taught me that asking for help, planning for the future, personally inviting someone to church every Sunday, having engaging music, developing a feeding program, collaborating with other denominations, investing in some technology are just a few of the ways that the good news will spread. As I believe our speaker will remind us, and I'm going to quote him, God's gifts are not for God's people. They are through God's people for everyone else. God's gifts are the sort you cannot keep. You have to give them away, and then they always replenish. Thinking about God's gifts leads me to mention one of our most painful, yet most tender and powerful experiences of Jesus' love in the body of Christ this past year. We all know that St. Stephen's lost 3 dear people June 16th, and the 3, Bart, Sharon, and Jane, were definitely gifts from God. They gave themselves faithfully to serve so many. In the middle of serving, they were senselessly killed. Immediately, the people across our diocese, our church, and beyond responded with love, prayers, presents, money, flowers, ribbons, food. And the really wonderful thing is that it was reciprocal with the people of St. Stephen's. The parish opened itself to receive and return the love. It was uncharted territory for all of us. But I want to thank their clergy. I want to thank all the clergy, the ones that were in the parking lot praying, the ones that showed up everywhere. I want to thank the counselors that came to help, the lay leadership. And I want to thank St. Stephen's for leading the way. Much healing has happened and much transformation. We've been changed by June 16th, and I dare to say God is helping us love each other in different ways. I'm grateful to everyone. St. Stephen's has a memorial that is being planned and will be built soon, and my cousin and brother, Presiding Bishop Curry, will come here on June 16th to dedicate and to remember. So we'll give you more information about that as it opens up. I read about a preacher who received his very first communion when he was 10 years old. Was when you had to be confirmed before you got it. He described himself as an anxious kid who was very worried about taking communion because he wanted to do it right. And after all, he knew it was really, really important. It was very mysterious. And so by the time he knelt at the altar, he'd worked himself into a cry. Being 10, he was embarrassed that he couldn't stop the tears rolling down his face. And well, the bishop, coming down the row, saw the tears, and as he handed him the wafer, he stopped. And he wiped the boy's cheek, and he touched his head. And as the author puts it, in a gesture of blessing, I didn't see him offer any other kid, and in that moment, I fell into God. He goes on to say, I have spent the last 40 years as a minister living the results of that moment. We are all here now because sometime or another we fell into God. Most of us have done it over and over. We're bound together by the reconciling love of Jesus Christ, who saves us and gives us a kingdom where love reigns. We're blessed to share that love with a world that needs that story desperately. And when we testify to the hope that is in us, that's all we have to do, because amazing, life-giving, life-saving love of Jesus gets unleashed, and the world's a better place. Last year, Sam Wells told us that God would restore the years the locust had eaten, and that we already have everything we need. I know we have still many challenges, but new life and new growth is happening. And as Paul tells the Thessalonians when he ends his letter, may the Lord direct our hearts to the love of God and to the steadfastness of Christ. And I want to thank you for sharing your ministry with me, and I am honored to be your bishop. Amen.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whosoever believes will not perish, they shall have eternal life. I shall hold to the cross. I shall hold to God alone, for his love has set me free. For his love has set me free. For shall wait upon the Lord. I shall wait upon his word, and by his grace I am released. By his grace I am redeemed. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, and whosoever believes will not perish, they shall have eternal life. Yes, they shall have eternal life.
Hello. Gotcha. Thank you. Hey, everybody. If you would find your, I'm glad you're getting to stretch your legs. After you hear a long, old, boring talk, you need to stretch your legs. So I'm delighted that you're doing that. But I don't want you to take too long because you'll miss something. So I'm going to ask you to come back to your chairs. Hello, everybody. I want you to find your seats. I'm going to continue by telling you the purpose of a growth talk, because we're about to have one from Kelly Hudlow. The purpose of the growth talks, which you're going to hear today, various times during the schedule, is to give the convention an opportunity to see how the diocese is operating in these 4 areas that I went over just a minute ago. And Kelly Hudlow, the Reverend Kelly Hudlow, is our point person for leadership development. And so I'd like to invite the Reverend Kelly Hudlow to come forward. And I know she can't wait. Come on up, Kelly.
Gage and Jose, can you join me on the stage, please? You cannot hide. You're only going to hear a very small bit from me, and then I'm going to turn it over to some folks that are going to talk to you about how leadership and how they're being developed as leaders in our diocese. But it's clear, or most people that have been here for a while know, Alabama has a long tradition in raising up leaders for the church. If you just look around this room, you will see hundreds of leaders here for the convention, young and maybe not so young, small church, large church. You are all gathered here as leaders from your communities. And over the past year, of course, you have responded to the needs and the hopes of your communities. So for the next little bit, I'm going to invite 3 leaders from our diocese to share with you their experience of being lifted up as leaders here. First, I am going to introduce you to Lauren Jones. She is a second-year member of the youth department, and one of the things that we take special pride in here in Alabama is that we know that our youth are not the leaders of the future church, they are the leaders of the church right now. And so we lift them up and empower them and involve them in convention and council, and the youth department has many activities throughout the year. So Lauren Jones is here with us to share her experience. Not only is she a second-year member of the youth department, she is the rector of Happening 81 and a member of the youth community at St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. So, Lauren?
Hey y'all, like she said, I'm Lauren Jones and I go to St. Stephen's. I was so excited when y'all asked me to talk about leadership today, seeing as I am so overly involved in this church that I have so much to talk about. So if you don't know, youth department is a committee of 11 youth throughout Alabama in 10th through 12th grade, and we plan events throughout the school year, 3 different ones. So Christmas conference, the lock-in, which is actually taking place tonight, and then Rites of Spring, where we elect our new youth department. So YD has taught me how to be not only a leader in the diocese, but one in my own church and community. We, in the diocese, get to plan camp events, so Christmas conference is our biggest, and like she said, we had around 110 youth, and we got to pretty much act like camp counselors, kind of play pretend, and it is really fun to do, and that has taught me a lot about leading by example and leading in inclusivity and example. We have this term called looking for the corner people, and it has just made like a huge difference in my life of making sure that I look and find everyone that's in the room and just be kind. In my own church, it's taught me how to lead by simple invitation. Our youth group is amazing and awesome, but we have learned that the best way to grow that and grow it in leadership is by just inviting someone to come with you. In Happening, I could talk about Happening for literally hours. I love Happening so much. And I was lucky enough to be rector of the last one at St. Mary's on the Highlands, and we had the best weekend ever. It's taught me how to plan events, which takes a lot more work than I thought it did. So about 30 youth go through Happening and about 30 staff. And 60 people is not that many people, but goodness, a lot of planning goes into it. Working with different priests throughout my years in Happening has also been so fun to get to know y'all. And it also has helped me learn to lead spiritually with the people around me. Because when you're Happening rector, you have to listen to other people's talks and just help them if they're having a hard time with their family group. And it's just taught me how to lead in that way. And then lastly, Sawyerville. I love Sawyerville so much, and I got to staff there for the first time this summer, this past year, and it was just incredible. Me and this guy that I'd never met before got a group of 8, 11, 12, 13-year-olds, and we were all stuck in a room for a small group, and they're like, all right, lead the small group. And I was like, oh, okay, awesome, can't wait. And they were running around the classroom that we were in, and I was like, oh no, we're gonna break something. But eventually we figured out how to lead those kids, and it was just a blast, and I got to build such great relationships with them. And then lastly, to close, a funny story from my junior year on youth department. We were just starting Christmas conference. It was nerve-wracking because it was our first big event in so long, and we just were all kind of nervous. And so, but we had the college staff that had been there, and a lot of them had been on youth department that I had known, but someone asked all the college staff, who's been on youth department? Raise your hand. And so, the majority of them raised their hand because they had all served on youth department. And they're like, okay, now who's involved in being a youth minister? Or who's a youth intern? And all of the people raised their hand again. And I was like, oh. And my friend looked at me and she said, yeah, I think that's our future. And I was like, I think you're right. So I'm so grateful for the opportunity that I've had to serve on youth department and for Happening, and I can't wait to continue to serve in this church in the future.
Another area of ministry and leadership development that in the Diocese of Alabama we do together very well is our college ministries, and we have many people from our different college ministries and chaplaincies here in and around the room, and I'm sure they would be very happy to talk with you about the different things that they have going on. We have an abundance of folks I could have picked, but since I got to pick, I decided to pick Gage Tittle to come and talk to us about college ministry and development as a leader. He is a junior at the University of North Alabama. He is the campus ministry intern at Trinity Episcopal Church in Florence, and I would invite Gage to come up and share with us his experience of leadership development in college ministries.
Thank you, Canon Hudlow, for sparing me a boring introduction. I appreciate it. Yeah, I won't bore you again. So just to begin, I have a quick request of all of you gathered here. If you would, I would like all of those whose lives have been impacted or influenced by college ministry, Episcopal or otherwise, please raise your hand at this time. Yeah, look around. Excellent. Thanks be to God. And those of you whose hands are down, what were y'all up to in college, huh? Just saying. No, but seriously, what I hope that you all observed there by that very scientific poll, as I did, is that for any number of us, college ministry was an incredibly formative part of our faith journeys, many of whom I saw were rocking some white clerical collars. You know, such is the case with me. But I was chatting with a friend the other day on the phone, talking about what I wanted to speak about as far as what campus ministry has imparted with me foremost. And we were speaking in the context of how we have this tendency to, I especially do, overcomplicate the idea of what ministry is, this big idea. What is ministry? What is the mission of the church? And my friend responded, this sounds rudimentary, but I promise it's not. She said, I know, right? It's literally just everyday life. And I know that sounds simple, but it has stuck with me ever since she said that. And that's truly what campus ministry has taught me. You know, the opportunities are plenty every single day to seek and serve Christ in every single person we face. And that's really what it's all about. That's what it boils down to. You know, Christian hospitality, it's opening up our lives and our hearts enough just so that strangers can become friends. And it's seeing a need and doing everything we can to meet it in the name of Christ. I think for those in my generation and for college students, they're often very transitory and tumultuous times. And during those times, we yearn for some sense of community. And I truly believe that campus ministries, college ministries sate that need. It's the only thing that does sate that need is true Christian community. They're just such important places of witness for students my age. We meet them in the thick of it, right? When we're in that questioning process, and we don't pretend that we have all the answers. But we say, hey, look, we're there for you. We will figure it out together. Christian community, that's it. I'm highly blessed and highly favored, and I know that I am unequivocally a better disciple as a result of my involvement in our campus ministries. Thanks be to God, and thanks be to y'all. Amen.
One of the really exciting parts about our campus and college ministries is that our students in those ministries are helping us reimagine what that ministry looks like going forward and into the future, and how we can better serve the campuses and colleges in our states where we are fortunate enough to be found. And so thank you to all of the college students that are here as delegates or representatives, and please seek them out, because I know that they are excited to talk to you about what they are doing in their locations. Our final leader that I have chosen is the Reverend Jose Fernandez. Jose came up through the non-traditional formation process for ordained ministry. It was a graduate of the Alabama Integrative Ministry School. He served as the curate at Holy Apostles Hoover and will soon begin his ministry as the rector of Grace Church in Woodlawn. And so I invite the Reverend Jose Fernandez to come forward and share his story.
When Kelly asked me to do this in 3 minutes, my first thought was, it takes me more than 3 minutes to do my hair. So I am going to try to do this and stay with the rules. And I'm going to tell you a story. When I was a first grader, I was the master of ceremony of my first grade graduation. I memorized every single line, everything I had to say, and I delivered that flawless for as long as the teacher was standing close by. It was really cool. Listen, it was 1970s. There were like pretty flowers on the background, a big bunny that looks really ugly, but it was great. I did everything I needed to do, and I learned a lesson that day. Leaders need support. I came from the congregation of St. Xavier at St. John's the Divine in New York City to this diocese, and I didn't know what it was, parish leadership. I started to sing in a choir, and Sean Pezan provided great opportunities for me to be able to lead in many ways. Then I became involved with the Education for Ministry program. I was a student of EFM, became a mentor for EFM, and became and this is all you get, people, I'm the EFM trainer of the Diocese of Alabama. Leadership opportunities that were given to me just as a regular lay person. Then I became involved with Cursillo, and I made it a personal task to help people say de colores in the best Spanish-speaking accent possible. And then I moved into the process of discernment. Once I discerned, I was able to go to the Alabama ministry, to Ames, Alabama Integrated Ministry School. And one of the beautiful things about that was that every year of my 3 years of seminary, I was able to serve every Sunday in a parish. We became part of a clergy/pastoral team that allowed us to be able to polish leadership skills. So this idea of leadership is something that is already embedded into the culture and the identity of who we are as a diocese. Leading to my ordination, I was able to continue to work in my leadership role at UAB as a faculty member and continue to work as a bivocational priest in the diocese. So I've been able to learn and continue to reaffirm that leadership needs support. So this initiative to me is like a wonderful invitation to every single one of us to be able to sit down with ourselves and see down what is around us and look for opportunity for us to polish our leadership skills. Leading as a Christian is very difficult. It is difficult. We have to lead with our hearts. We have to open our hearts to allow the Holy Spirit to guide us and to lead us. It's difficult because we have to come to leadership from a position of vulnerability, understanding that we do not know it all, which is difficult for some of us. It's very difficult for some of us to be able to accept. It is also very challenging because we need to learn to lead rather than in a vertical hierarchical way, in a horizontal way. Well, we bring everybody or their opinions, their concerns, their desires, and their talents to a table of equity where every single one of us is treated the same way. As challenging as it is, we invite you to come and continue to lead. Because after all, isn't that what this guy Jesus did? I hope those were 3 minutes.
So this is just a quick snapshot of the way leaders are raised up in our diocese. You've heard a lot of folks touch on, Jose mentioned Cursillo, Education for Ministry. Lauren talked about Happening. We also have Vocare, which is for college students, Sunday school classes, choirs, acolyte masters, acolytes, all of these ways that we are being formed and shaped as leaders in the diocese. And this gives us a glimpse of some of that happens, that we do a shared ministry together, that all the parishes coming together to lift up youth and college and ordained folks. When we look at leaders, right, we move to a posture of yes and. We're not just looking for people that feel called to ordained ministry and want to put on a dog collar and do this. We need yes, we need that, and we need more than that. We need bivocational clergy that are willing to be formed in sort of non-traditional ways to continue to work a job and support a church. We need that, but yes, and we need lay leaders that are willing to consider where they might be called in to serve in different ways of different ministries in their church or helping other parishes around them. And so we sort of have a yes and sort of attitude when it comes to leadership development. We've heard talking about adaptive leadership. That kind of flows through a lot of what we're doing at the diocesan level, and it's a really simple sort of principle. Adaptive leadership is about mobilizing others to make progress on difficult challenges and thrive. That's not about the title you hold. That's not about whether you wear a clergy collar. That's not if you're elected to something. Wherever you are, there's an opportunity for you to be a leader, to mobilize others, to make progress on difficult challenges and thrive. And in the Christian church, in the Episcopal church, we know that thriving means that we have leaders that are ready to share the abundant love and hope of God with the world, and to wherever they go to proclaim the good news of God's salvation through Jesus Christ. And at the heart of what we do in developing leaders, wherever you are, that is what we know that you are called to. And so if you have any questions for the folks that have talked, any questions for me, the college students, please come and find us, and we'll be happy to share more about our work and what we are doing here. Thank you.
So Kelly has just shared with us about the ways that we're trying to develop great leaders, both lay and ordained, in our diocese. And among those leaders are those who are actively training for ordination. Our diocese supports both residential seminaries and the Alabama Integrated Ministry School students, and that particular school is a non-residential course of theological studies for diaconal and priesthood education. Ames works in partnership with Swanee and with Bexley Seabury and with other Episcopal seminaries. If you are training for ordination, please stand as your name is called. Richard Alquist, Kristen Blackerby, Lucian Cronkite, Quincy Hall, David Hodnett, Katie Kirk, Jane Major, Sarah Olson, who's out of town, I think, Chris Paul, Paul Pesnick, Karen Price, Kelton Riley, Jordan Rippey, Bridget Teitler, and Julia Sanford. Thank y'all. Study really hard. So next, I would like to thank the deans of our convocations. And if they're here, I'd like for them to stand. The Reverend Jeff Evans, St. Stephen's, Huntsville. The Reverend Paul Pratt, Christ Church, Tuscaloosa. The Reverend Rich Webster, St. Luke's, Birmingham. The Reverend Candace Frazier, Church of the Ascension in Montgomery. The Reverend Rob Eiler, St. James, Alexander City. The Reverend Carl Saxon, Holy Comforter, Gadsden. And the Reverend Robert Fowler, St. Luke's, Jacksonville. These folks help us maintain connection to clergy and to the things that are happening in their area of the world, and to try to remind us constantly that we are a network. We're not in this all by ourselves. I have here that there's a slide for Sean here. A 10-minute break with music. Are we still doing that? Yes. Let's see, we could sing just really fast. Let's go ahead and take a break. 10 minutes. We do. This is mine.
Testing. Check, check. Check. Oh, yeah.
Check, 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 check. Hey.
I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so, so good. Every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have held me through the fire in the darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. And I have lived in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down,
And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God.
All right, everybody, if we could get you back to your seats. I'm loving that you love seeing each other, and I'm going to call you back to your seats. As we are gathering again, I would like to have you find a seat. If you want to get a different seat, get the one close to you. That'll work. I'd like to take a moment, and I think you've probably found a lot of them already, to introduce the diocesan staff. They're wearing bright blue vests, like the one that I have on, and that is on purpose, so that if you have a question, you just have to find someone in a blue vest, and they will help you. Jeff Evans, Canon to the Ordinary. Rob Morpeth, Canon for Mission Support. Kelly Hudlow, you just met, Canon for Vocations and Community Engagement. The Venerable Marty Holmes, our Archdeacon. Phyllis Bennington, our receptionist. Kristen Blackerby, Missioner for Youth, Campus and Young Adult Ministries. Claire Cotton, who's Director of Mission Funding, has just stepped out. Debbie Donaldson, our Missioner for Communications. Liza Lee Horton, Assistant to my assistant. Yeah, you know what I mean. Bree Mitchell, Missioner for Racial Healing and Pilgrimage. Bree. Mackenzie Oder, Human Resource Specialist and Receptionist. And Jordan Rippey, Assistant to the Bishop for Special Projects. Also in our midst, thank y'all. I really want to thank my staff for all that. Thank you. It's rolling so smoothly, I just forgot to thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for all you do to make this happen, but for all you do back home when we're not in front of cameras. You do a great job. Thank you. Also in our midst with full seat and voice and vote are representatives from the college ministries in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Auburn, and North Alabama. And I'm going to read your names. Bailey St. Clair is also a delegate, and Lizzie Erbach is an alternate. Canterbury, Tuscaloosa, Mark Burnett is their chaplain. Helen Abilene is a delegate, and Andrea Shipley, an alternate. Birmingham Episcopal Campus Ministries is their home. Emily Collette is their chaplain. J.C. Nixon at UA Huntsville, Canterbury Huntsville. And Liam Ayers is their chaplain. And Gage Tittle is a delegate. You just met him. David March, an alternate. Canterbury UNA. Kelly Plunkett Bruton is their chaplain. And Lila Meadows is an alternate delegate, and she is from Auburn College Ministries. Really glad to have their help and involvement in all that we do. We also have some youth representatives with full seat and voice and vote from the youth department. Olivia O'Halloran from Nativity Huntsville. Olivia, where you are, thank you. Lauren Jones from St. Stephen's, Birmingham. I'd also like to welcome those who are joining us from our worshiping communities. And and that would include the Abbey, St. Martin's in the Pines, and Todo Los Santos. We're very glad to have them here. And now I want to bring forward our camp staff, Camp McDowell staff. Where are you? Yay, Whitney! Are you supposed to review some general instructions?
Hey everyone. It's just me today, but you will see, of course, I'm sure you have seen all the other staff running around. We all have these buttons on and you can easily identify us. So, welcome to wonderful, wonderful, wet Camp McDowell. It's your camping conference center. I speak for all the staff when I say that we are honored to welcome and serve you over the next couple of days. Like the bishop talked about earlier, in 2022 alone, we saw about over 30,000 guests to little old Nauvoo, Alabama. I'll say it again for you, Nauvoo, okay, where the population is 220. Whether it was through summer camp, where it all started, the conference center, McDowell Environmental Center, McDowell Farm School, or the Alabama Folk School, people from all over the country and the world came to experience the love and joy that is in abundance here. My hope is you take the next couple of days between business sessions and gathering as a community to explore this 1,140 acres, and whether it be sitting on a porch or by a fire or on a hiking trail, I hope that you are able to do that. Now the fun part where I get to tell you what you should and should not do. The first thing I want to talk about is it is really wet around here. Thank you for bringing the sun, but the ground is very damp, and so we ask, if at all possible, that you park your vehicle and you let us drive you around in the golf carts. If that's not possible, that's okay. Just be really mindful to stay on the pavement or in designated parking spots. We really don't want to have to pull you out of a mud pit. Also, while you're here, if you have any maintenance issues in your room or your lodge or a space that you're in or something you notice around camp, there is a whiteboard right back here in the back with a marker. If you can just list that on the board, that will be really helpful. Our staff is checking that regularly, and that really streamlines us being able to get to it as fast as possible. So please do that. If you let us know about dietary restrictions or needs on your registration, or if you forgot to and you have some, just let our kitchen staff know here. This is where the food will come out from down here, so there will be staff around there, and then also at Stow Lodge where breakfast is being served. You can let them know there as well. Lastly, there's some rack card stations kind of in the front of all of our meeting locations around camp, where there's some more information about Camp McDowell, the programs we offer here and things that go on, so you can check that out as well, along with maps and things like that. Again, we are so glad you're here. Please let me or any of our staff know if we can do anything to make your stay more comfortable while you're here, and I thank you.
And now I'd like to invite the Bishop Brian Pryor to the stage to tell us a little bit about what he's been doing.
Did you just witness that? That's what I'm doing. Navigating with the bishop right there, dancing with the bishop. Thank you, good bishop. Thank you for your kind words earlier. Thank you for inviting me to take this last trip around the sun with you. It's been a great adventure and lots of fun. So, and thank you all. Your gracious hospitality is for both myself and the lovely Mrs. Pryor, also known as Stacy, has just been overwhelming. So thank you all for that. it is a blessing to come and to be with you all and to serve here, particularly with the bishop. She's a great partner, great friend, great colleague, doing great work. The 4 areas that she talked about in terms of leadership development, congregational vitality, our work on racial reconciliation, and of course Camp McDowell. All of that, my intention is to do whatever I can to be a resource for her and to assist her and through her to our governing bodies and the staff and ultimately to all y'all. So it's been wonderful to do that thus far. Look forward to more of it and really enjoy coming and being with you on the visitations. I used to run once a day, now I run 3 times a day because y'all feed me too well. It's great. It's really a blessing to be with you. Look forward to being with you in your congregations in the future and otherwise. But thank you again for your wonderful hospitality. It's a blessing to be with you.
I'd like to take a moment. I see someone has just come into the back of the room, and he's someone that many of us know. I want to back up just a minute and give him a second to breathe. Last Sunday, I was in Selma, and I had an altar party of 8 children, and they were helping me. And I had a chaplain who was 8, and he was the only male member of the altar party. And when we exchanged the peace, I walked over to one of the young women who must have been 9, and I said, "The peace of the Lord be always with you." And she said, "You're the bishop?" And I really didn't know what to do with that. She said, "You're the bishop?" And I said, "Yes." And it was like she was looking for somebody else. So I know how it feels. I think being a woman in this role is fascinating. I have a lot of partners in the House of Bishops. Many of us are new or newer, and you know, we don't want to let the word out yet that we're taking over, but they have to get us a bigger and bigger room for our luncheon, and that's a sign. Bishop Parsley brought me into this work many years ago, and he has just come in, and I want to tell one story because I thought of it on Sunday, Henry, when number 10, as he likes to say, when I thought about the time that you were walking down the aisle of one of our churches, and you had, of course, your crozier, which is now my next best friend, next to me all the time. And he walked by, and someone else sitting there, a little girl with her mama, said, "Wow." And the mama said, "Who is that? What is that thing he's carrying?" And the little girl said, "Mom, that's his staff. I think he must be a shepherd." If I am anywhere near as effective as this shepherd, I will have a good time in this role. I want to introduce the 10th Bishop of the Diocese of Alabama, Bishop Henry Parsley. Great. We have choice of microphones, but I think this one's on.
Thank you, Bishop G.
Thank you.
Number 12.
Thank you.
It's nice to be here with you. I've never been in this hall before. It's fabulous. I remember when Bethany and this new development of camp across the road was just a glint in the eye of a few people. And it's wonderful to see what's happened here. Amazing. And I must say I was kind of awed to see my name on that little sign that said Parsley Commons. I've always felt very common, so now I have a commons, which is wonderful. I've been looking for an opportunity to say hello, particularly since Glenda became your new bishop. I couldn't come to her consecration. I couldn't come to the institution because of COVID and my delicate age, etc. And I've been wanting to come and just be able to say, I'm so glad you're number 12, Bishop Curry. It's wonderful. I do remember when you came to me thinking about offering yourself for ordination, and guiding you through the process and ordaining you, and knowing your many gifts then. It's great to see them being put to such good use now. As the first woman bishop of the Diocese of Alabama, yes, yes. You know, there are several kinds of bishops. There are diocesan bishops and coadjutor bishops and suffragan bishops and assistant bishops and provisional bishops. I've been fortunate to be three of those, your coadjutor, your diocesan, and then provisional in Maryland. And I thought I'd just tell you two funny stories because my life in Alabama has continued to follow me around. When I went to be provisional bishop in Easton, Maryland, I went to a little church called St. Paul's, Kent Island. And the first thing they did was take me out into the churchyard and show me the grave of Tallulah Bankhead, thinking that Alabama saint would mean a lot to me, and she did. And it's also interesting that the first bishop of that diocese that I was provisional bishop for came from Alabama, Henry Lay, rector of the church in Huntsville and missionary bishop of the South, I think Southwest. Anyway, fascinating. And the church I go to now in Wilmington, North Carolina, where we live, elected once Richard Hooker Wilma to be their rector. He never served, and then he got elected second bishop of Alabama. So I keep running into Alabama wherever I go. I'll also say that one of the nicest things about being retired and in my 75th year is having a huge wealth of memories to think about, many of which come from right here. The churches, the people, the places of Sweet Home, Alabama. I think about you often. I keep up with the Alabama Episcopalian. I read lots of e-news. And it's just great to see the continued vitality and life of this diocese. I never fail to tell my friends that the Diocese of Alabama is one of the most vital, healthy, and strong dioceses in the whole Episcopal Church. And I consider it one of the great honors of my life to have served as your bishop for a while. Thank you for what you continue to do in God's service to build the church. As I was driving through Jasper, that familiar old road to camp, I saw a little sign on the road that said, "Feed and seed deliveries to the left." And I thought to myself, isn't that kind of what the church is all about? Feeding and seeding. Feeding each other with the grace and love of Jesus, and seeding ministries, seeding outreach, and seeding love, the seeds of love and hope in the world. When I was here, I think we did some feeding and seeding, and I know you continue to do that. So I wish you every blessing as you keep going forward. I am still doing some work as a bishop, less and less as I get older and older, but I'll always be enormously grateful to being part of the life of the Diocese of Alabama. It's a long way to Wilmington, North Carolina, where my family's from and where we live, so I don't get over here enough, but I think about you often, I pray for you regularly, and I have great hope that you will continue to be, if not the best diocese in the Episcopal Church, one of the top 2 or 3. Keep it up. Glenda, thank you very much.
So we were at General Convention this last year, and of course, you know, we have these phones, and we were having all these hearings and everything in the House of Bishops, and we had something about the prayer book come up, and my phone went off, and it was Bishop Parsley texting me to tell me, don't let him do that. So he keeps up quite well. Thank you, sir, for coming. So I know there are a lot of friends that want to see you. They mentioned to me last night at dinner when it slipped out that you might be here. Now I want to get us to lunch, and I'm going to ask my friend Hank Polnitz, who is in charge of our elections, to come up and give us, and you know they're all going like this, Hank. So come up and give us some information about our elections.
Thank you, Bishop. I want to say first things that I had the privilege, the honor and the privilege of serving on a Cursillo staff with Bishop Parsley, and it was one of the biggest blessings in my life. So now to the business part of our meeting. We have election time, so we have 2 sets of elections that will take place, those in the general session and those in the caucuses. This afternoon in the general session, 2 at-large elections for standing committee and disciplinary committee will take place. The floor will open for nominations shortly, so y'all be patient. Diocesan council representatives and deputies and alternates to the General Convention in 2024 will be nominated in the caucus elections tomorrow morning. Those nominations will be subject to ratification at the convention Saturday. So we really do all the nominating at the caucuses for the council and for the General Convention, and then we ratify it here. We also have nominations from the chair, which are available on the convention website. These will be subject to a vote on Saturday. We do a lot of voting on Saturday. These are posted on the convention webpage, and a printed copy is that little yellow sheet on your table. Unless there's objection, they may be elected in a single vote of confirmation, which will occur on Saturday. Like I said, we do a lot of voting on Saturday. Next slide. Next, I'd like to recognize those presently serving on the standing committee. Please stand if you are currently serving on the standing committee. There they are. On this side of the... Thank you. To replace those whose terms have ended, we'll elect 1 lay person and 1 clergy person. Pre-filed nominations are available both online and on the pink paper on your table. They are the Reverend Drew Brislin, the Reverend Sally Herring, the Reverend Deanna Neal, and Miss Maybeth Porter. We will now accept nominations from the floor for both clergy and lay seats. Now, before you nominate someone, please ensure that that person is willing to serve in the role. And if you wish to nominate someone, please come to the microphones that are scattered around here. I guess they're right here in the front. And give us your name, your parish, the name of the parish, the name and the parish that the person you're nominating is from, and then state whether the nominee is a lay person or a clergy person. Yeah, speak slowly and clearly. Any more nominations?
Chase Ackerman from St. John's, Decatur. I nominate Erica Huber as a lay delegate for standing committee.
Erica Huber.
Erikahuber.
From St. John's. Any more nominations? All right, hearing no further nominations from the floor, nominations are now closed. Again, remember that voting will take place this afternoon in general session 2. That'll be the first time you get your, well, the first time you really vote with your clickers. We're gonna have a practice session later, I think. Next, I'd like to recognize those presently serving on the disciplinary board. Please stand if you're currently serving on the disciplinary board. For the disciplinary board, we will elect one lay person and one clergy person to 3-year terms, and one clergy person for a 1-year term, filling a vacancy on the board. Pre-file nominations are available both online and on the pink paper on your table. They are Miss Nancy Ball, Mr. Brian Denton, the Reverend Jay Gardner, the Reverend Susan Oakes. So we'll now accept nominations from the floor for these open seats. Again, if you wish to nominate someone, proceed to the microphone. Same routine. Any more nominations from the floor for disciplinary? Hearing no further nominations from the floor, they are now closed. That voting will take place this afternoon in the general session. All right, moving right along. Next, I would like to recognize those presently serving on the Diocesan Council. Please stand if you're presently serving on the council. We'll be electing a lay representative from each electoral district for a 3-year term and a clergy person in the Northern District for a 2-year term. These elections will take place in district meetings by caucus and be ratified by the convention on Saturday. So we'll do all that in the caucuses, and then we'll come back here and ratify it on Saturday. Nominations will be accepted from the floor in caucuses, not here. That's it for me at this point. I turn it over to Bishop G. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Hank, for doing that. And I'd like to invite now our Chancellor, Augusta Dowd, to tell us about resolutions.
It's a little easier for Bishop Pryor to get up on this stage at 6'2" than for me, just so you know. All right, on the resolutions, we have 4 pre-filed resolutions. They've been on the official convention website for everybody. Resolution 1, as is typical, the diocesan budget. 2, our Camp McDowell budget. Resolution 3, companion diocese budget. And Resolution 4, communion Forest, excuse me, Companion Diocese, not a budget, sorry. And then Resolution 4 is Communion Forest. 4 resolutions. They will all be voted on tomorrow. During the working lunches today, you'll have an opportunity to participate in hearings in various locations to learn about the specific resolutions. Hearings are to learn about them, acquire information, ask questions, and discuss them. If you have changes that you want made, that doesn't happen in the hearings. The hearings are your forum to gather the information to form informed decisions. If there comes a need for an amendment or a motion, that'll be tomorrow when the resolution is presented for vote. So here are the locations for the hearings of the resolutions so you can go and get the information on what is of interest to you. The 2 budget resolutions for the diocese and for Camp McDowell will be led by Jeff McCormick, our treasurer, and Phyllis Hall, our assistant treasurer. Those hearings will be in the Doug. The Companion Diocese Relationship and the Communion Forest will be in Hall. Please note, there was a Resolution 5. It was withdrawn. So if you're looking on the website and you see another resolution, it has been withdrawn. Chris Lambert, are you here? Can you come in and, here you are, and give us a quick rundown on practicing elections, and because if you hadn't noticed, it is close to lunch. Okay? Thank you, appreciate it.
And I always love being the last person between you and lunch, so we'll do something a little bit fun here. I'm Chris Lambert. I have had the privilege of working with the Carpenter House staff to plan and execute convention this year. We have learned a lot along the way, to say the least. A lot of things we didn't know, and we're learning every day. One of the things we've been learning about with my partner in crime, Carl Ferguson, back in the back of the room, wave, Carl, is how to execute an electronic voting process to speed along the voting itself rather than paper and pen. We tried it last year. We learned some things. And one of the things we learned was using your individual devices was not really the best route to go. Everybody has a different phone. Some of y'all have really, really old phones. Not very smart either. And some of you have super smartphones that can do everything and you can handle it in a second. So what we've adopted this year is a plan to use what's called a clicker system. A lot of you may have encountered this in college classrooms or other environments. On your table, where's my table people? Kristen, Bree, go for it, ladies. You will have a bowl of clickers that will be distributed to your table. Let's talk about who's going to vote with the clickers, because not everybody gets to play in the clicker voting game. If you are clergy, and if you are a certified delegate, you may vote. If you are here observing and having fun and enjoying the business of the day and lunch, you do not get to vote. However, in this environment, if you're at the table and would like to practice voting just so you don't feel left out, we won't want anybody to have FOMO today, you can all practice with our voting question. The way it works is when you have your clicker, you will see numbers 1 to 10 on the front of it. When you see the slides that come up for voting, each of the selections will have a number beside it. You will, obviously, click the number that matches the thing you would want to vote for. Pretty simple and straightforward. If you click it now, you will not see any little light in the top right corner because you can't vote. So you are locked out of voting. But when we get ready to vote, if your vote is on a number that is available, you will see a green light. But if there's only 4 choices and you click the 6 button, you'll see a red light because nobody's on number 6. Pretty simple. You'll have about 2 minutes to process your vote, and you can change it as many times as you like until the vote is closed. So if you click 1 by mistake, don't panic. Just click 2 or 3 or 4, whatever your choice was. And when we say the vote is closed, then your clicker will stop responding to the vote. Nod of heads, sound simple? Yeah? We ready to test it? Yes. You sure? Yes. We got this. All right, Carl. No, oh, we don't even have clickers yet, do we? I should have 4 trays. Do we have more clickers? Do we have tables that have So if you have a table that has delegates on it, has no delegates or clergy but has clickers, if you would pass that to a table that should have them. Thank you. If you have a question about your alternate status, if you will please see one of us to make sure that you are on the delegate list, because there is a process to make sure alternates are part of that. So come see us in the back, all right? Okay, does everyone have a clicker that wants to click? All right, we got a clicker? Carl, can you show me on this? I can't see on my screen what my choices are either. Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna have to step up here and look with y'all. All right, you are going to choose what is your favorite meal at camp. Breakfast, if you're all about some sausage gravy. Lunch, which is whatever. And dinner, which was delicious last night. I'm sorry for all of you who missed it. Grits, greens, and barbecue. So go ahead. The poll is open, Carl. Poll is open. Go ahead and make your choice. Make sure you see a little green light on the right corner of your clicker. If you're having problems, don't raise your hand. It would be really embarrassing for you. I would suggest being more discreet about flagging down someone in a blue vest. Carl, are we seeing results back there? Woohoo! All right, we'll give you just a couple more seconds. You can change your mind if you want, just to test that out. All right, we're gonna count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and our poll is closed. All right, set your clicker down, please. Y'all are so well behaved, I appreciate that. And Carl, who's our winner? Breakfast with 135 votes. So I'm going to ask you now to put your clickers back in the bowl on your table, please. We will take those up during the resolution hearings, and we will distribute them back out after lunch. I'm going to turn you over to Bishop G, so don't hop up yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have obviously a working lunch. We're going to let you grab a box lunch and remain here or head to your resolution hearing of choice. Remember to turn in your names to Jeff Evans by the close of business at 4:30 today for our necrology tonight at the Eucharist. And let's see, group photo. I've been handed a piece of paper that says at 1:45 p.m. today, across the field from Hall, on the field? Are we going to be on the field? Somebody say yes or no. Where's Debbie? On the field. Okay, we're like going to be close to Parsley Commons over there. Yes, okay, well I thought so. Okay, we will be on the field at 1:45 today. If you want to be part of the group photo, we suggest that you come there, and we will resume in here at 2 p.m. with the Reverend Dr. Jason Biasi, who did a great job last night as our preacher. So, got your marching orders? The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Oh, the Lord is good to me, and so I thank the Lord for giving me the things I need, the sun and the rain and the apple seed. The Lord is good to me. Amen. Killed a lost and found phone. It will be at the AV booth. This phone will be.
I walk through the valley, I will fear no evil thing, for you are with me, and you comfort me. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Oh Lord, you're my shepherd. You make me lie in fields of green. You lead me by the still waters. You restore righteousness to me. Though I walk through the valley, I will fear no evil thing, for you are with me, and you comfort me. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go.
It's okay, you can sing along.
I'm gonna dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And I'm gonna dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Oh yeah. You see, I'm gonna dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Surely goodness, love, and mercy will follow wherever I go. Oh Lord, you're my shepherd. You make me lie in fields of green. You lead me by the still waters. You restore righteousness to me. Though I walk through the valley, I will fear no evil thing, for you are with me, and you comfort me.
Welcome back, welcome back. Glad to see all of you, and if you can't see the drone, that's right. I can see all of you. Hope you'll get a seat, because we have a treat coming up. So you may recall last year we had a chance to get to know Sam Wells. The weather was just a different kind of weather, freezing cold, below zero. It was 14 degrees or something like that on Saturday morning. We've done better than that this year. We got the rain out of the way and the sun's out, and that's exciting. And immediately after Sam left, I got a book in the mail, which is called Northern Lights. It's a great book, and I recommend it to you. And as I said to Jason, I'm sorry that we didn't have copies of it, at least this here. But I dropped the ball. I forgot about it, and I want you to get it. It's called Northern Lights, Resurrecting Church in the North of England. Jason is a prolific author. He has written many books, not the least of which about small church ministry. Very interesting. He also writes for several of the journals that you run across, like Christian Century and others. But more than that, he is the senior minister of Timothy Eaton Memorial Church in Toronto, Ontario. He's a Methodist. Ooh. So was John Wesley, I think. He was also always Anglican, so we're okay. He was previously a professor at the Vancouver School of Theology in British Columbia, and his primary vocation is to reinvigorate today's church with the best of ancient and contemporary wisdom for creatively faithful living. Jason has also pastored in Boone, North Carolina, which is a region of the country that shares a number of similarities with Alabama. And as I mentioned, he's authored and edited a number of books. We're really glad he's here today. I want to read you the foreword of this book, which is written by Sam Wells, just the first paragraph. Jason Biasi has given us in this book an odyssey around islands of church growth in the northeast of England, with the wit of Bill Bryson and the innocence of David Copperfield. He introduces us to a gallery of the passionate and the disarming, and leaves us, like him, with a hard-won admiration for the love that won't let Jesus go. So, without further ado, Jason Biasi.
Thank you so much, Bishop Glenda. Delighted to be with you. I spent a summer in Alabama one time in a little place called Mentone outside of Fort Payne. And my family still makes fun of the fact that when I came home from that summer, they couldn't understand me. They were like, you know, you're normally Southern, but now you're out of control. You need to do something about this. That summer, I saw Michael Jordan play baseball for the Birmingham Barons. Not many of us can say that, but it wasn't a pretty sight, I have to tell you. Ate at a fantastic pizza place in Gadsden called Mater's that I think is still there. I have no idea if it's still good. It was good 20 years ago. So even though I live and work in Canada now, I'm from North Carolina. Now, I know the South enough to know that people in Alabama don't consider North Carolina the South, but, you know, you'll just have to bear with me. I really do love and believe in ministry in places that other people don't want to go, because we follow Jesus of Nazareth. He's from a place that other people didn't want to go. And I'm just delighted to be here with you in this place people do want to go, to think about that. One thing Bishop Glenda and her team asked me to do is to talk about your fellow Anglicans. I'm glad to do that. As a Methodist, I could wander into Anglican places in the north of England and ask them big, nosy questions. What's working here? What's not working here? What do you wish were working here? My work is really as a journalist, and as a journalist, I'm trying to be a noticer. Just trying to pay attention, just trying to take good notes. And as a journalist, the best next question is almost always, tell me more about that. And then you listen. It's actually kind of just pastoral care, really. I mean, that's what you're doing when you do pastoral care. So I wrote that book, Northern Lights, Resurrecting Church in the North of England. You can find it at jasonbiasy.com. You can find all my stuff on Amazon. If you read the book, bless you. Some of this material will be familiar, but most of this talk is new. I'm not assuming you've done the homework. I parent teenagers. The homework has never actually happened. So in this talk, I've got 4 sections, and after each section, I'm going to ask you some questions. We won't discuss them just now, but they're questions for you to go away and think about in your own context for ministry, okay? So that's the plan. Section 1. Lots of people feel ignored by their churches. Now, not the people in here, because everybody in here got asked to come to this cool confab, but lots of people feel, go back, don't spoil my reveal. All right, feel ignored by their churches. If you don't want to be on a committee or volunteer to make coffee or be on the rota to arrange flowers, your services are not required. Meanwhile, our churches are disintegrating. Methodists, my tribe in Great Britain, are struggling even more than you Anglicans in Great Britain, and that's saying something. But Chesterley Street Methodist in the north is not so bad off. The one service they have on Sundays is about half full the day I go. The youngest attenders look to be in their 60s. The guitar player up front tells me she's 61. She looks younger than that. Members tell me they appreciate she's been playing the guitar at their church for parts of 6 centuries now, even though she's only 61. I'm not sure the math actually works. What the church doesn't seem to realize is that Kate Welsh is a superstar in the world of social entrepreneurship. British society at large knows it. If I can have the slide now. Kate Welsh is the queen dressed in red there. She's a member of the Order of the British Empire. Her daughters call her Obi-Mom Kenobi. And she won the Queen's Prize for Entrepreneurship in 2016. Honorific letters pour after her name. And she's never been asked to do anything at her church other than play guitar. The same thing she was being asked to do when she was a preteen. She says, for them, I'm still the 15-year-old. And she does this head-patting gesture. They say, you got married in this church, sure, but you're still just our Kate. It's amazing the treasures we bury in mainline churches. Now, some terms first. Social enterprise is a business with a social purpose that reinvests back into that purpose. We used to call them nonprofits, and then somebody realized, how about defining it without a negative? Didn't your English teacher tell you not to define things with a negative? All right. Now, this is so different than mere charity. Next slide. A raft of new publications, like these 2, are pointing out that we Christians have often done more harm than good by just dumping stuff on places that are poorer than us. Whereas social enterprise conveys dignity, not dependency. So, next slide. The bottled water that she drinks from is the most virtuous bottle of water in the world. Baloo exists to raise money for water aid. It takes our first world penchant for drinking bottled water and uses the money to build wells for those without access and toilets for the same. The plastic is all biodegradable. Next slide. Madlug is an Irish enterprise designed by a Christian social worker. They noticed that street kids they worked with carried around all their stuff in the plastic, grocery bags that are terrible for the environment. So they designed this backpack that you or I would pay $50 for. And every time we buy one of those kids gets the same backpack, right? Good for the environment, good for the kid, good for everybody. So Kate Welsh has designed job training for workless people in the poorest parts of England. She's done the same work for convicts and ex-offenders. All of her work has a profound glimpse of the Imago Dei at its heart. She's really just John Wesley reincarnated, running around doing good, and you wonder how they got all this energy, right? She even planted a church. The Refuse Cafe in Chesterley Street refuses to take part in our wasteful food system. You get it? Refuse Cafe. Some 40% of the food that we produce in wealthy cultures is discarded. So Refuse is one of these groups that goes around, gathers all that food, and sells it at a restaurant, uses it in a catering business. Now, her church didn't want to take it on because they were afraid, right? We're too old, it might be too big a stretch for us, we're not sure we can manage it. So she said, all I want you to do is not oppose it. Can I get you to not say no? And they said, okay, we're not saying no. And then she went and planted it without their blessing or money. Now, she also says she can see how the church ladies, which includes her 90-year-old mother, who are always fussing about not enough people on the coffee rota, could just open a coffee shop at the church and make a profit with it. That's what she advises people how to do all the time in her business. The businesses she advises turn over millions of pounds, but they won't listen to the lady with the OBE behind her name. So I think we're often like the disciples, surrounded by hungry crowds. We don't hear Jesus saying, "You give them something to eat." We don't notice the little boy with the loaves and fish, let alone imagine we can do something to magnify or multiply those or feed this many people. So I'm not blaming y'all. These are Methodists I'm picking on. My Methodists have this entrepreneurial genius in our midst, and we're not even turning her loose. Now, it's clear what Kate Welsh could bring if she started a social enterprise. Social enterprise tries not to operate in deficit space. Deficit space is what happens in most of our budget meetings. Not enough of this, not enough of that. Where are we going to cut? We got to cut again, do more with less, all of that. She says at church, don't be afraid to see value in what we do. Don't be afraid to see value in what we do. Churches offer what the world needs, not just Jesus, salvation, all of that good stuff, but also community, connection, a place to fight off loneliness and meaninglessness. And she says people will pay for that. Other people have figured out how to help them pay for that. We in the church are less good at that part. What I mostly appreciate about Kate Welsh is the hustle. She's as active as any church lady you've ever met, but she's doing it as an entrepreneur, turning over millions of pounds a year. I love what she said about this. She said, "I'm not afraid of oughts." It means zero. I'm not afraid of oughts. Where do our churches get that hustle back? Call it entrepreneurship, if you like. Call it urgency for the kingdom. Whatever you call it, just go get it. Our churches are disintegrating. The world is dying for good news. Jesus says the field is still ripe for harvest. So next slide with some questions. I'd love for you to write these down and ponder them. One, who's the mighty apostle right under our nose? Who's the mighty apostle right under our nose? Two, what's the mission opportunity we're missing because it's almost too easy? What's the mission opportunity we're missing because it's almost too easy? Section 2. Robert Ward couldn't be more different than Kate Welsh. Robert Ward is a vicar, well past retirement age of 70. Next slide is a photo of him. If Kate Welsh is a whirlwind, Robert Ward is an Eeyore, a hungry Eeyore. Eating really matters to him. When I was going to interview him, several times he called me back to make sure we were meeting at a nice enough restaurant for his time and that I was paying for the bill. Priorities, I respect him. Now, Robert is a Pentecostal Anglican. In this region of the northeast of England, Pentecostalism broke out within an established denomination. It's very much like the Wesleyan revival. It started within your house. There was a man named Alexander Bodie, went to the Azusa Street revival in Southern California, came back to Sunderland, which was the northeast of England's industrial heart. Sunderland was Detroit. It's where England built its ships and later its cars. So just factories all the time in that region. And so that's been where it's lived. Ward lost his job as a lawyer in the South, in London. He went to a prayer meeting, which is what you do when you're Pentecostal, even if you didn't just lose your job. And he felt a word from the Lord that God wanted him to go into ministry. And he was miserable because he said people in ministry he knew were like dead from the neck down or the neck up or whichever way is most interesting, right? And so he prayed about this, and someone came and laid hands on him and prayed and said, "You're going to be in ministry." And then she said one more word to him, which was Durham. That's where the training college is in that region. So he bought a train ticket one way and left. Now, I just sort of wonder what it would take to get us to do that. Like, it would take more than a prayer and one word for me, but then I haven't lost my job, so at least not yet. So off he goes. Now, Newcastle is the largest city in the Northeast, and it had no Pentecostal Anglican church, and so he set out to start one. They rented space from an existing parish and started with 6 people. Now, this is the wonderful thing about being really small as a church. If you have 6 people and one person joins, it's like 16% growth. You should have a party and take the rest of the year off, right? The problem with being in a big church like mine, we would need hundreds of people to have 16% growth. I just think it's a great thing about being a small church. When I pastored a church of 20 and a new family joined, we should have had a party for days. Like the wine never stops. Anyway, you get the point I'm making. So they're renting space from an established church, and the boiler goes out. And so the established church decides to dissolve itself. And the bishop calls up Robert and says, I have no salary for you. I have no pension for you. I have no house for you. I have a building with no boiler. It's going to cost tens of thousands of pounds. Do you want the job? And he said, yes. That's amazing what kind of freedom you have for ministry if you don't need a salary, right? Now, for a time, the church was the fastest growing in that diocese, from 25 to now 150 weekly. It's done that with a series of fresh expressions. These are instances of church designed for those who presently have no church at all. This is really important for a fresh expression. Hear me again. It's designed for those who have no church right now at all. If you start a fresh expression and your own church people start going to it, it's already wrong. Design it for people who have no church at all. So St. Luke's has a fresh expression for young families in one town, for mums and tots in another, for motorcyclists in a third. And the largest one is called Connect. It's a midweek worship service for ex-offenders. About 50 are there the night that I go. They have a cauldron full of chili. No one goes away hungry. And they worship like free people. Hands in the air, some of them on chairs, in tears. They worship like a black church here in the U.S. South, more than stoic English people. And I asked Robert about the volume and the intensity of worship, and he quotes a good source. He says, those who've been forgiven much, love much. So ex-offenders praise like Mary Magdalene, with perfume on Jesus' feet and all up in her hair. Now, these are people who don't fit easily anywhere. They've just come out of prison. And they lead as St. Luke's. So this church has also planted other churches in the UK and beyond. Now, in a way, prison ministry makes sense, because as someone wise said, the New Testament is either written from jail, or by people who just got out of jail, or by people who are on their way into jail. So the farther away you are from jail, the less sense the New Testament makes. My favorite theory for mainline decline, and there are all sorts of these theories, it comes from Levitt Weems, and it's about my Methodists again, but he says you can chart Methodist growth and decline, and it correlates with prison ministry. He says, when we are in prisons, we grow. When we are not in prisons, we don't. Now, I love this because every denomination has some bureaucrat trying to decide where the next fast-growing, wealthy neighborhood is, and they got a pin and a map on the wall saying we need to plant a church for these wealthy people. It's exactly the wrong strategy, right? Now, I think, not entirely. Anyway, I just got myself in trouble. So, I think it's not causation, but it's correlation. If you're crazy enough about Jesus to take him to the people no one else wants, you'll grow. And if you're not, you won't. And you can show that with commitments to prison ministry. St. Luke's has recently been restored. Do you have prisons in Alabama? Just asking, as an aside. St. Luke's has recently been restored to parish status, and what's wonderful about this is they have to have committees now. And so Robert Ward says, my worship leader did 10 years for armed robbery. My caretaker did 17 years for murder. I mean, what can you say? Jesus has weird friends, right? And it sounds more like the Bible than a lot of the places I've served. And they eat together because this guy's committed to food. So every fresh expression has a proper meal, not just finger food and coffee, right? Proper sit down, sit there, digest, get sleepy, fall a little bit in love meal. When you eat together, he says, your metabolism changes. You get to laughing. New things are possible. That's church. Now, Ward mentions the buffet so much, not just because he's hungry, but because Jesus is hungry and wants others to eat with him. Now, Ward has found a pattern in ministry of what he calls identificational repentance. I'd never heard this before, so I learned it. It's a Pentecostal thing, identificational repentance. He gave me an example. He and his wife's family both worked in India during colonial days. So when Robert preached there, he started out saying how glad he was for the place. His family helped bring electricity to Bombay. His wife's family brought sewer service to Calcutta. But then he said, our families were both complicit in colonialism and in violence. Not just the Amritsar massacre, but colonialism in general. And he apologized, and they cheered. And someone said, that's okay, you brought us cricket. Doesn't seem like a fair trade to me, but they really like cricket. And then they listened. Now, Robert has 3 or 4 stories like that, including reconciliation between Brits and Germans, between Brits and Japanese, folks from the north and south of England. Before the vote for Scottish independence, he led groups of Christians from England and Scotland, and they went to this place, Vindolanda. If I can have the next slide. Sorry, I should have shown you that one. That's the one where the church is growing. Next slide. That's the foundation for one of the earliest churches we know about. It's from a Roman outpost in the 2nd century. And it was a Christian church probably populated by soldiers in this outpost. They weren't from there, but they'd been sent there by the Roman army. And Christians from Scotland and England prayed for forgiveness for what their ancestors had done to one another, Scots against English and vice versa. Now he says, I'm not claiming credit for Scotland not leaving the Union, but he says, it probably didn't hurt. What I love about identificational repentance is Robert Ward has 4 children. 1 married someone from India, 1 married someone from Japan, 1 married someone from Germany, 1 married someone from, where's my 4th place? Scotland. Reconciliation is wedding altar stuff. It's not just we sent an email and we really feel bad about that. It's who is my kid going to make a life with and grandchildren for me with? That's repentance. It's not telling Caesar how to do his job. It's making a new people together where there was only violence before, after wrongs done for centuries. This is the kind of weird thing God does, right? I think we're really good at mainline churches at issuing press releases to tell Congress what to do. Wouldn't it be more interesting to have a community of people that befuddles all the existing categories? Wait, you guys are supposed to hate each other. Why are you married? Now, a few lessons here. I'm not Pentecostal. I'm guessing most of y'all aren't Pentecostal. We're heirs to the Anglican tradition in this room, and its Reformed wing especially doesn't like miracles in the Anglican tradition and doesn't like expressions of ecstatic exuberance. Here's what Robert Ward has I think we can't do without. He thinks God is alive and up to something. Pentecostals have this, and often mainline churches don't. It's not automatic or simple, but it's necessary to have a view of God as raised and going ahead of us, with us just trying to catch up. If we don't have that, we should quit pretending and go home. Now, second, Ward has done what he's done with no denominational funding. I don't advocate for this. I'm looking for more denominational funding than could reasonably thought possible. I'm hoping for a bigger pension, not less. I'd like to be overpaid. You get the point. And there's some privilege in him being able to say no to a paycheck. He was a lawyer, after all. Most of us can't say no to a paycheck. I'm just impressed there is a freedom in being able to work for something other than money. Lots of wise people think more bivocational ministry is what's in our future. I think that's probably correct. Third, Ward had networks. Now, I think this is important, and this was new to me. Not new, but hear me out. His group is part of Fresh Expressions nationally. It's linked up with a group called Fusion, which is the most interesting student ministry in the northeast of England that I found. It's linked up with New Wine, the most interesting charismatic group network in the UK. Everything I went where there was something growing, it was a part of one of these networks. Not an official denominational body, but a kind of unofficial group that meets together with a common purpose, right? And this is where they find ideas, conferences, people to hire, options for funding. Those are all things denominations used to do, and we didn't have to look elsewhere. Now I think we need to find creative networks, not just our denominations, to find people with whom we can be in like-minded mission. One nice thing about Ward is where there's no network, he just grows one. He just invites people to eat. So there was no ministerial in Newcastle. He just started one. He said, I'm going to be at the restaurant. Anybody who wants can join me. Eeyore would have it no other way. You are who you eat with. I love the description someone gave that, like, you can't open any 2 pages of the gospel where Jesus isn't eating, right? So, like, we've always depicted him as kind of pale, Victorian English guy. I think he's actually round. It sort of suits me better, right? Dude is always eating, and if there's no food, bam, he just makes more, right? So, like, you know who you are as Christians by the quality of the party you're having. Is there food falling off the table? And is it like the people you wouldn't invite to your house who are in the best seats? Okay, so some questions from Robert Ward. Next slide, please. Number 3, what can we learn from what other churches are doing well? Now, if you're like me and I'm pastoring and I hear some story of some turnaround, I roll my eyes and I'm like, yeah, we could never do that. Here's why that could never work, right? I'm sort of defending myself. But I just want to ask, how can we learn from what other churches are doing well without that immediate instinctive defensiveness that I feel kick in to myself? 4, I like this one. This is maybe my favorite question. What's your church desperate for? People just out of jail are desperate. And there's something about desperation that's kind of the moment we meet Jesus. That's why so many people's faith changes right after a significant marriage or a significant divorce or a significant death, or like when you just became a teenager, which is the worst one of all of them, right? Like, there's got to be desperation. I don't know why. It seems to be the rule. Okay, section 3. Let me tell you about another person I met. If I say growing church, you probably have an image carefully crafted by media. A cool church with smoke machines and light shows, a skinny jean pastor, and lots of ironic facial hair. Well, Mark Miller will disappoint. Next slide, please. Mark Miller instead is middle-aged and balding and far from ironic. Now, he can play the guitar, so I have to admit that, and that fits the stereotype. He leads that part of his church's worship. He says this good idea about coming into leadership: you should take on a parish where almost everybody's gone. That way you don't have to fight with the old guard to make the changes that you want. So when he got to his church in Stockton, he said, here's 3 things we're going to do. We're going to speak the name of Jesus, we're going to glorify the name of Jesus, and we're going to expect signs and wonders. That's the threefold plan. One of the first things he did was open the doors, quite literally. Do you eat in a restaurant that you can't see in first? I don't either. And so this church in the middle of town has this door that was built to like keep the Vikings from breaking it down, right? He said, let's have it open all the time. And that way people can see in and they're more likely to actually come in. And so he treated it as a win when some of the old people would say, it's too cold in here. He would say, yeah, that's part of the mission. Here's a blanket. The day I'm there, it's full of 250 people, one of 2 services that day. Now that's a good story, but here's a better one. About half the people there the day I am are from Iran. Next slide. There's been an infusion of Farsi-speaking refugees in the north of England since 2018. Economic conditions in Iran worsening in response to Western sanctions. So what happens in England is that refugees are processed in the south of England, in Croydon, but then the government sends them to the cheapest place to live in the country, and Stockton's one of the cheapest places to live in the country. It's also where Britain hides its white nationalists, so it's dangerous to live there if you're Iranian. And they need friends, and this church will take them in. Now, there are a lot of complex reasons behind this. If you're Iranian and you go to the mosque, it's likely a Sunni mosque, and so the reception can be frosty there. Then you go to this Christian church, and they're like, we love you. We've got Farsi-speaking ministries. How can we help with your immigration, right? So that's part of it. There are also similarities between Shia Islam and Christianity. In Shia Islam, Jesus is supposed to come back right before the Mahdi does at the end of the world. So there are similarities in their eschatology. Now, Miller has often been in the Church Times newspaper and secular media for baptizing refugees. He also advises the British Home Office on how to tell whether these conversions are genuine. Because if you get baptized, the Brits won't send you back to Iran because you might be persecuted for it there, right? But do you really want some government bureaucrat deciding whether your conversion is legitimate or not? Miller says this: God is bringing the nations to Stockton-on-Tees. Isn't that wonderful? Who could have planned that? Nobody could have said, we got a strategy. Let's mess up Iran so people come here. Like, no. These are the people God is sending. He presides over a Eucharist at a midweek meal for refugees and street people, and then he serves the bread and the wine as part of the meal. I'm not sure how dodgy this is according to the canons, but that's not my problem. Y'all can sort that out. I'd never seen it before, but it's what happens in the New Testament. And I just wonder how many times the old heads in Stockton prayed that the building would be full. And now God is answering that prayer with people who look very different from them. Miller talks about a tradition in that part of England, and it's this prayer, praying to God, saying, God, send us the people no one else wants. Send us the people no one else wants. And he tells me a story about a church that printed that prayer on cards and set them out in the pews, and they had to take the cards away because God did it. Started sending the people no one else wanted. And they were difficult, just like every person is difficult, right? Now, Miller's ministry raises some questions for us, I think. One, are we willing to live anywhere? Stockton's one of the poorest places in the United Kingdom. So the question is, are we willing to relocate for mission, not just for money? Two, who are the people no one else wants? They may be dramatically needy. Stockton's street population blends in with the immigrant population, along with like a nosy, curious journalist the day that I'm there for lunch. I promise wherever we are, there are people in dire need. And Jesus' church can be the place that they can go to find help of whatever sort. Not because this is a strategy for growth. It probably would impede your growth, to be honest. It's just because it's what Jesus wants. Now, final thing for now. There's a weird ecumenism in the influx of Iranian immigrants in the north of England. Every church I visited that was growing had Iranians. Super liberal, super conservative, everybody in between. The fact that there was this need meant there was an ecumenism of churches that don't normally talk to each other saying, can we help find you a Farsi translator? That's interesting. Ecumenism in response to dire need rather than reading reports to one another or whatever it is. So next slide. Questions from this section. Number 5. If God speaks to the church, this is a saying I'm taking from Henry Blackaby, that God speaks to the church by who God sends to the church. God speaks to us by who God sends to us. If that's so, who's God sending? And what is God saying? 6 is more obvious. Who are the people no one else wants, and how do we go get them? I love this business, number 5, about God speaking to the church by who God sends to the church, because that way when someone comes, they're not just a mark to be a new member or to help fill the budget, right? They're a message from God, and we listen to them for what God is saying to us. You see that? All right. 4th and final person I'll introduce you to in this talk is a brethren pastor. To be a brethren pastor means that you probably have no official theological training, and Brian Burke has none. He came to ministry through Christian unions in Britain, which is the equivalent of InterVarsity, if that rings a bell. Burke helped launch Bethany City Church in Sunderland. It's another industrial town in the northeast. The day I'm there, he apologizes for low attendance. There's some Sunderland football game happening in London, and people are away. But there's 200 people in this schoolroom the day I'm there. The worship is mildly charismatic, not charisbonkers, he says, just charismatic. But no one would have been surprised at someone speaking in tongues. Now, at one point in the service, 15 or so people file out, and he explains what's going on. These are Mandarin-speaking folks who work in the food industry in Sunderland. The church's Malaysian student population has reached out to the Mandarin-speaking folks and are learning Mandarin to reach out in a Bible study to these Mandarin folks. It's just amazing to me. You think one part of the Asian diaspora evangelizing another part of the Asian diaspora in the north of England. Like, God's often up to stuff we have no idea about, right? At least we hope so. This church, and that happens because of Christian unions. He comes from campus ministry, and so he knows how to link into Christian students from these other countries. The church is welcoming Iranians and Kurds. The week I'm there, they celebrate the release from immigration detention of a man named Babek. And Babek goes to the microphone and says, God wanted me in immigration detention because I've been evangelizing my fellow Kurds in prison. Now, this sounds like Pentecost to me. People from all nations coming together in what's long been one of the most ethnically homogenous places in all of England. You see what God's doing there? Refreshing a monocultural place with lots of cultures, with the church's blessing. Now, I met Brian Burke at a one-day symposium on popular culture. This was not at his church. This was mostly Anglican priests. And he asked this question I haven't been able to get out of my mind. He asks, what if every love song you hear is actually a worship song directed to the wrong person? What if every love song you hear is actually a worship song directed to the wrong person? Think of our culture's endless appetite for love songs. We even have love songs about love songs. I love you like a love song, baby, repeat endlessly. Another teenage millionaire printed right there. Burke quotes a book that's a secular book about relationships. This author says, in Western culture, we've shifted our expectation for endless ecstasy from something we expect of God to something we expect of our romantic partner. Did you hear that? That's really important. We've shifted our expectation of endless ecstasy from God to our romantic partner. The problem is, no romantic partner can do that for anyone else. Even God doesn't do that for us, right? So if you think about the Song of Songs, that's our best description of God's love for humanity, using human sexuality, of course. In the Song of Songs, the lovers are usually apart. They're usually afraid. They're usually like, where is my lover? I can't see them. They're through a wall. There are people beating me up. Oh, look, we're together. This is what, wait, where'd you go? In other words, even life with God is mostly not ecstatic, not perfect, not where God says yes, or you say yes all the time. Here's why. No one can maintain ecstasy all the time. You just can't live that way. Doesn't work. Next slide. Just ask Teresa of Avila in Bernini's famous sculpture whether she felt that way all the time. And then read her little castle, and you know the answer. I love that Bernini put that in marble, because what it's saying is sexual ecstasy is only there to show us the kind of life God wants for us in prayer. That's what sex is designed for. Burke contrasts our endless love songs to a song called You Say by a certain Lauren Daigle. Now, when I heard the song in Britain in 2018, it was new. You guys had probably even heard it on the radio and maybe sung it in your church. We sing it in my church in Toronto. Now, she sounds like Selena or Adele or any of these one-name millionaires. But then something's different about this song. Next slide. Sorry, that's Bethany City Church full of people today. I'm there. Next slide. You say I am loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. You say I am held when I'm falling short. When I don't belong, you say I am yours, and I believe. The song is 4 minutes old before you realize she's singing about God and not just some bloke. She's singing about God. Now, this is important because in our culture, if someone says, I love you, usually that means I love me, and I want to use you to love myself better. No human being can give ultimate purpose or meaning to another human being or ecstasy. Only God can. And even then, our greatest prayers say God usually doesn't. The more you pray, the more God withdraws divine comfort. I didn't invent this. I'm just telling you what the experts say, right? So I often tell people in my ministry, if they don't feel God's consolation in prayer, it means they're growing in maturity. It means they're getting closer. Mother Teresa, greatest prayer we have, felt no sense of God's comfort for decades. There's a reason for that. And I think it's a little bit like the fact that if a relationship grows mature, you don't need someone to rush back to your side to reassure you that they still love you every 5 seconds. You just know. You see what I'm saying? Similarly, God doesn't rush back to our side all the time. Okay. Now, so Brian Burke makes this pitch. Every love song is actually a worship song directed to the wrong person. And he does it in a room full of clergy with master's degrees. I've never seen a room like that get so angry so fast. One objected that the expressions of love in our culture are so vapid, there's no way they have anything to do with God. Christians can only say no to those. Another says, well, perhaps we can talk about agape, but not eros. Good job. I read C.S. Lewis too, right? Another said talking about love just sounds naff. Now, if you're not from England, naff means roughly stupid. And who wants to be found naff? Now, here Brian Burke responds and says, I think our hesitation to talk about passion has more to do with us being English than the gospel. Something about Englishness says you're not supposed to look naff ever. But aren't there Bible verses that say we're supposed to look naff for Jesus once in a while? Now, as a North American, I grew up in an empire that is a kind of shadow of fear over the rest of the world. I think I'd rather Christianity be known for looking ridiculous once in a while, right? Talking to you, Anglicans. Now, I'm struck again by the entrepreneurship of evangelicalism, starting new churches, launching cafes, thinking strategically about how to reach new people with the gospel, changing our life together. Now, here's part of what happens, I think. The church has a kind of natural undertow to pull you toward its center. I notice as a pastor, there's always some reason for me to be in the building, some reason for me to pay attention to the keeners who are there all the time. You have to resist this undertow to get out to the edges of the church's life, the place where non-church people are, the place where you don't actually get rewarded for going necessarily, right? And what you have to figure out how to do is how to have the edges become the center. The people who are just outside the boundaries of where your church are right now, those are the ones God is reaching for, and you have to take part in that. Talking about Iranians coming to church for help with their immigration status, Brian Burke nods and he says, well, I first went to church for the girls. Did that make it illegitimate? God only has mixed motives to work with. And now Burke is moving on. He does mental health training now. So he's left Bethany City Church to do mental health training professionally. He speaks now to groups of hospital administrators, firefighters, PTSD sufferers, all about mental well-being. He says, it's great. I'm usually the only Christian in the room. And I think that's wonderful. Imagine trying to get into a room where you're the only Christian and then get to bear witness. Like, I'm never in that room. I don't know about you guys. But what if we prayed that God would put us in that room where we can bear witness? God does that sort of thing. That's the impulse of evangelicalism I think we all need, to find God at the edge where God is already working, and then go and take part. All right, last slide with questions. Let's see, number 7, what is the new thing God is trying to birth in our midst, and how do we midwife that? What's the new thing God is trying to birth in our midst, and how do we midwife that? Okay, I'm done. So I've got 4.5 minutes left that I haven't used, and I think the session has to end in 7 minutes. Am I right about that? Is there some timekeeping person? Any questions, clarifications, objections, amendments to the minutes? I should have warned you, this is kind of how I teach. I just sort of dump stuff, and then I throw on the brakes, and I say, what do you think? And like, you're not really ready for questions. But that's what I got. Now we'll look at each other awkwardly until someone says something. Now I hope you notice, one thing I tried to not do with this talk is focus on all the reasons you guys are going on that pilgrimage to Eastern England. Like, none of this required a 1,000-year-old Gothic building listed by the national government, right? These are all newer expressions of faith and ministry. I will tell you one thing, Durham Cathedral, we lived in Durham when we were there. They spend £8 million a year just keeping the building from falling down. There are problems with having an amazing building, right? Imagine the ministry you could do with £8 million a year. Any questions? Please.
Jack Alvey, Church of the Ascension, Vestavia Hills. Thank you for your talk. I wanted to connect something you said at the beginning to something you said at the end that I'm still working on. And Wondered if you had any thoughts. You talked about the social entrepreneurship and how the things we do have value, and then you reinvest that into the world. And in my mind, I was thinking, on some level, you are taking advantage of our consumeristic sort of tendencies. And then at the end, you said, God can use our mixed motives. So
that's good.
I was just connecting those two dots and wondered if you have anything to reflect on that.
Thanks, that's really good. So when I've spent time around social entrepreneurs, they're not usually allergic to capitalism. They're usually good at it. They just want to bend it towards something that produces fruit for the kingdom. And it has to pay for itself too, right? So, I mean, you and I have all known business leaders who've made a good living for themselves and then invested in their community. That's a good and beautiful thing to do. We wouldn't have any churches without them, right? There's also a way to turn business sort of similar to the way we've thought about nonprofits. I mean, one of the problems with calling them nonprofits is you assume with a nonprofit they're not necessarily good at the business part, right? Now, the good ones are, but to call it social benefit suggests we want all the accounting acumen you can bring to bear on this. We don't want it, the sort of financial data mistreated, sort of buried under a file somewhere. We want you to do as good a business work here as we would if it was for profit, right? But there, I'm just a student. So anyway, not really answering your question. I think you can do both things, right? I think. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm an Augustinian, right? Like, God only has mixed motives to work with ever. And if you wait for your motives to be right, you'll wait forever. Anyhow. Please.
Gordon Odell, Grace Episcopal Church in Pike Road. Haven't heard my voice in a while.
Sounds weird in here, especially, doesn't it?
It does. So what you set off in me is going through a mental list of love songs and saying, okay, how does this fit? Now, the first one I had came to mind was Frank Sinatra singing, "Now I Go and Spoil It All by Saying Something Stupid Like I Love You." That didn't quite click. But then I thought of Roberta Flack singing "Killing Me Softly."
Yeah.
And that just did it for me. So I'm probably going to be playing with it for a while.
That's good.
I wish you'd pause so we could have a discussion about that later.
Yeah.
Because that's a very, very good starting point.
Yeah, I think, you immediately make me think, you're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. I'm not sure we want to sing that one in worship time, but I think the thing to do is to, so I come from evangelicals, had a conversion at a Baptist camp. I'm going to talk about that in my talk a little bit tomorrow. And I was taught that secular music was bad, and if you were really faithful, you'd probably burn all your secular music and just listen to Christian music. The problem is the Christian music was always like a crappy knockoff of the secular stuff. And in fact, I think if you listen to all music as an expression of the soul, however misdirected, you find stuff about God in there, right? And you recognize, okay, this is worship happening. It might be slightly misdirected, but the church's worship is often slightly misdirected too, right? And I think what God, the Holy Spirit, is doing is working on our praise so it eventually joins in Jesus' praise, right? And that can be happening inside or outside the church. We can all think of songs where it would be hilarious. But I have found that thought haunting. What if all these songs that are popular on the radio are directed toward God and we don't know it? I tell you where you see that most explicitly often is in hip-hop. It's amazing how in hip-hop, you can bring up God. That's not weird. It's just in kind of the pop music you listen to on FM that they don't bring up God. That's interesting, I think. So. Anything else for now, friends? Thanks for these good questions. All right, cool, thanks.
Thank you, Jason, very much. My phone has just died. There it is. Really looking forward to tomorrow. After morning prayer, we'll be in the chapel at St. Francis, and Jason is going to bring us the second part of another part of his talk, and it sounds like there's going to be something about a conversion. I love stories about conversion. That is great. I'm glad to hear that. I look forward to it, and I hope y'all will all be there too. I want to take a moment to introduce someone that you will hear from tonight. And we've let them sit quietly long enough, and so if you have not met them, maybe you'll have a chance before we worship together tonight. Bishop James Tinga is right here at this table with his wife, Josie. Bishop is now on the faculty at the University of the South in Swanee and has been there for several years, and he's formerly the Bishop of South Malawi. And he is the Bishop of South Malawi, but resigned. Is that the right terminology? Number 1, number 2, and number 17 of South Malawi. How wonderful. We look forward to hearing from him tonight. Would y'all stand, please, and let us welcome you. I appreciate you being here. We know that we cannot have vital congregations without the faithful work of ministers, both lay and ordained. And to that end, I would like to recognize lay delegates and alternates who are at their very first diocesan convention in Alabama. If this is your first convention, would you please stand? You, yes. Thank you. Glad you're here. Glad you are here. Thank you also to the very hard and faithful work of many parish search committees and the Canon Jeff Evans. And thanks to their hard work, we also have among us lots of new clergy. And these are individuals who are new to the diocese this convention. Please stand as your name is called. Emily Rowell Brown, Associate Rector at Christ Church, Tuscaloosa. Donovan Kane, the Rector at St. Thomas in Huntsville. Cynthia Carter, Interim Rector at Grace Coleman. Ethan Ferguson, Priest in Charge at St. Joseph's on the Mountain, Mentone. Dylan Green, Associate Rector at St. Matthew's, Madison. Sherry Harrison, Rector at Christ Church, Albertville. Mike Harbor, Associate Rector at Holy Trinity, Auburn. Duncan Johnston, Rector at St. John's in Montgomery. John Kennedy, Deacon at Holy Spirit, Alabaster. Megan Mazer, Priest in Charge at St. Philip's, Fort Payne. Allie Perry, Rector at Trinity, Wetumpka. Evan Thayer, Rector at Trinity in Demopolis. Barry Vaughn, Priest in Charge at St. Matthias, Tuscaloosa. And Larry Yarbrough, Interim Rector at Good Shepherd, Montgomery. Welcome. Welcome, we're glad you're here. And thanks to everybody who helped in their searches. We know how hard that is. I would also like to recognize and thank all the retired clergy, and I did not write down all your names. And I want to thank Bill and Pat King for their work as chaplains to the retired clergy. They've been doing that for a long time. It's a wonderful opportunity for our retired clergy to be supported by something that the church pension group offers us. So thanks to Bill and Pat King, and will all the retired clergy who are here today please stand. Glad you're here. And now, Sean, will you help us sing?
a virgin came the word, from a throne of endless glory to a cradle in the dirt. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. To reveal the kingdom coming and to reconcile the lost, to redeem the whole creation. Ye did not despise the cross, for even in your suffering you saw to the other side, knowing this was our salvation. Jesus, for our sake you died. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. And the morning that you rose, all of heaven held its breath, till that stone was moved for good, for the Lamb had conquered death. And the dead rose from their tombs, and the angels stood in awe, knowing souls of all who come to the Father are restored. And the church of Christ was born, and the Spirit lit the flame. Now this gospel truth of old shall not heal, shall not fade. By his blood and in his name, in his freedom I am free. For the love of Jesus Christ, who is resurrected me. Praise the Father, praise the Son, praise the Spirit, three in one. God of glory, majesty, praise forever to the King of Kings. Praise forever to the King of Kings.
Please be seated. And now I'd like to ask the Reverend Canon Jeff Evans, who I just mentioned as being canon to the ordinary, but also involved in congregational vitality, to tell you what's happening in the diocese.
All right, if the folks are going to present, if y'all would come on up and take a seat right here. As the bishop said, my name is Jeff Evans. I serve as canon to the ordinary. And the pillar of our focus that I work most on is congregational vitality. And one of the great joys of my ministry is that I get to see the growth that God is giving all throughout our diocese. I love what Jason said, that what he's seeing, passionate leaders and the gospel growth that's happening in the north of England is also happening here in the diocese. And so we're going to share 3 instances of that happening here in our diocese with y'all. And the idea is that you're going to be inspired by what these churches are doing and try it at your church, that you're going to listen to their ideas and steal mercilessly. Remember, good artists borrow, great artists steal. And then afterwards, come up to these folks and pick their brain to brainstorm on what they're doing and what you might be doing and how God might give continual growth to all of our congregations. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Susan Oakes, the rector of St. Peter's in Talladega, to tell her story.
Thank you. My name is Susan Oakes, and I'm the rector at St. Peter's in Talladega. It is a historic church, one of the oldest in our diocese, and it was recently renovated before I got there. The pipe organ was also restored and in really great condition, and they told me all of these stories about who they are and who they have loved being, and they expressed this kind of tension between love and pride of who they have been and a loss of what they've experienced from the shrinking town that's also reflected in the shrinking church. And that's a very common story of how churches are declining. And the thing that really struck me is the deep longing for them to be who they have always been. And in the stories that I kept hearing and just kind of gaining my own experience as the weeks went by, I realized that we really have everything we need. We have this beautiful building and restored organ. We have a beautiful space, and it has this history of shared life together by the people who are inhabiting St. Peter's and also the people who are inhabiting the city of Talladega. And there are lots of relationships both within the church and beyond the church in the community. And it's just that we got a little stagnant. We kind of felt sad because we miss people, and we're a lot smaller. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the big budget that we used to have. We don't have the massive programs and the huge age range. But we do have the Spirit of God at the heart of where we are. And we do have, along came this new music director that we hired, and we thought, well, maybe he can help us reinvigorate our choir. And we did that to the point that we could. And then he had this great idea. Maybe we could have this program called Choral Scholar Program, and we'll invite music students from the local colleges. We have Talladega College right there in our community, 5 minutes from our campus. And then Jacksonville State University is also right there. And so I was like, yeah, let's go for it. Let's see what that could be. So we brought this idea to the parish, and everybody got on board. There was a lot of fear and anxiety and uncertainty. I'm not going to tell any lies. We were terrified. But long story short, we implemented a new program called the Choral Scholar Program. And we pay these music students to come and sing with us on Sunday mornings. And I know a lot of parishes pay choir members to come and join their choirs, but the choral scholars really make our choir. And they also bring a different age group into our church. And the energy that comes with that has been just phenomenal. And so we're just getting started. It's a huge experiment. We started with a fundraiser hymn festival in October. It was called Creation, and it took on the same form as lessons and carols. So it was readings and hymns and readings and hymns. And our place was filled. It felt so good. And we had all kinds of people, not just St. Peter's people. And the money rolled in. We raised plenty of money to be able to pay these scholars. And so not only are we trying to enhance our worship with our Sunday morning choir, but we're also dreaming of having a quarterly hymn festival where we invite the whole community to come and be in our beautiful space and let us share our gift of hospitality and friendship and just praising God in a wonderful, beautiful way through magnificent music. And so this vision and dream is starting to take some form. We do still have a lot of fear, and there's a lot of uncertainty about how it's going to continue to take shape. But the thing is, the Spirit is alive among us, and we are going for it. And we just, if you don't try it, you won't know. So I think that's one of the biggest parts of this, is just dream with God, build on the strengths that you already have, and just try it, go for it. And that's where we are. So we're now about to embark on, hopefully, our third hymn festival. And we continue to thrive with our worship and our enhanced music. And we're just having a lot of fun together and enjoying the growing community that's coming out of that as well. Thanks.
Hey y'all, my name is Rochelle Thompson. I am at Church of the Resurrection in Rainbow City. I transitioned to Rainbow City in the middle of COVID. That was a lot of fun. But as we started coming back together and figuring out what our life looked like, I think like a lot of churches, we started having the conversation about, well, what are we gonna do for our kids? And Rainbow City is in a really good spot in that we already have a lot of young people that belong to us. I inherited a great number of children. We had several births in the last couple of years. And the one thing that we realized very quickly is the folks who had done children's and youth ministry were not in the same places they were going into COVID. There's a saying about not tempting God and how you should not do that. I would add to that as a clergy person. A second end to that is to not tell your vestry what you won't do. Because I told them I wouldn't do youth and children's ministry. So of course I ended up doing children's and youth ministry. It started with a conversation with a couple of parents. I had a new couple into the church who had come to the area, brought their teenage, then 14-year-old son to meet their new pastor, who is a very introverted young man, who had zero interest in having a conversation with a clergy person who was old. And I was like, I get it, I was you at 14, So of course the parents start telling me in front of their child about their child's interests. And of course a lot of things are things I don't know anything about, but there were some intersections where we had some commonality. Video games was one of them, but more importantly was a tabletop role-playing game called Dungeons and Dragons. If all you remember about Dungeons and Dragons is from the 80s infomercials, I promise you that is not the full story. And we can talk about that later. We can talk about that later, because I could talk about that for a long, long time. He was stunned that a priest would play Dungeons and Dragons. And then I told him that I played Dungeons and Dragons with a group of priests as a form of self-care. In the middle of COVID, a bunch of my colleagues and I realized we needed something to do together with our extra free time that was something productive and not just a Zoom call for us to doom scroll with each other about how hard it was to be in the middle of COVID. So we started a Dungeons and Dragons campaign and realized very quickly that it was both fun and also sustaining. And one of my colleagues wrote a really great article for Earth and Altar about that practice, so you should look that up. It's a great little reflection on the theology of pop culture. Had this conversation with this kid and we start joking about, oh, you should play in a campaign with us or run a campaign. Wah ha ha, that's funny. Fast forward to the fall, and that same child's parents come to me and say, so I know we joked about this, but would you run a D&D campaign for our kids? They really want to play D&D. And they had a list of kids who wanted to play D&D. So it went from a funny, maybe self-serving idea to something like, all right, so what happens if we do this? So we did it, and I had a meeting where all the kids came to roll up a character, and we had, expected, some of the older kids and maybe a few of the younger ones. We had so many kids at that first session that we had to form 2 groups. So we're now playing Dungeons and Dragons about once a month after church for middle schoolers and high schoolers. And the thing that has come out of that is 2 things. First, my kids are the kind of kids who will invite their friends to church. But funny story, their friends don't say yes. But when they are invited to come and play Dungeons and Dragons, they say yes, and they come to church too. So we have a huge influx of people bringing their friends with them. The other thing that is a complete side effect is that I now have a relationship with a bunch of kids who I had no way to get to know with in COVID. And at least for right now, they are under the delusion that their priest is cool. I'm gonna roll with that as long as I can, because it's pretty awesome, because I am not cool, y'all. I'm a big nerd, and it's great. It is an experiment. I have no idea how long this is going to last. I do know that we're looking at probably having to split into maybe a third and even fourth group. And it has been a really interesting thing to see what it's done for the other people in our church too, to actually see the faces of all our kids. The thing I realized after we started this is that we do have a lot of kids, but not the same kids come to church every Sunday. We average somewhere between 10 to 14 kids. 4 of them are the same. The other 8 to 10 are completely different kids, but the older folks who don't necessarily have connections to these kids don't realize they're not the same 12 kids who always show up to church. Well, when they all show up together at the same day and you see 25 of them, oh, we do have a lot of kids. It's not a be-all, end-all, but it has been a really great experiment and a way to see where else our youth ministry can go that doesn't look like traditional Sunday school that no one was showing up for. So, and I'm going to stop now because I will literally talk about Dungeons and Dragons for 3 hours if given the opportunity. So please, if you do want to talk about this, there are other options too. I will be glad to talk to you later.
Thank you all for letting me tell this story. This is another Go For It story. My name is Rich Webster, and I'm at St. Luke's in Birmingham. I guess you should have a card on your table, and if you don't have one, we can make sure that you get one. This little postcard says Crestline, St. Luke's in Crestline Park, and this, I'll tell you what this is in just a second. To tell this story, I need to tell you a little bit about the neighborhood where we sit. St. Luke's sits in a neighborhood called Crestline, a suburb of Birmingham, and then adjacent to Crestline is a neighborhood called Crestline Park. In Crestline Park, there are lots of starter homes, first-time home buyers, renters, lots of people right out of college up into the 30s, lots of babies, lots of dogs, lots of young people. I guess retailers would call this lots of rooftops. And it's all kind of centers around a restaurant bar area. There's a strip there called Saul's, and a lot of the kids like to live near Saul's. They can walk to Saul's. It's kind of it's the neighborhood center, if you will, and they're just everywhere. And you can sort of tell the demographic because they're college flags on all the houses, right? Everybody, and you're seeing lots of young people walking around. I would get my hair cut on Haygood, which is next to Saul's, and I was having an early morning haircut, and I looked across the street at this yellow church that I've looked right past for a long, long time. It's been there for 70 years, the Crestline Cumberland Presbyterian Church, and there was a sign out front that said, "Thanks for the memories, we're closing." And as the Holy Spirit would have it, a member of that Presbyterian lives in my neighborhood. I know him well, and I asked him, what's the deal with the little yellow church? And he said, "Well, you're not going to believe this, but before they closed the church," he was mad, they signed a lease with a school, and we can't sell it for 2 years, and we're just stuck with this empty church building. And we had no long-range plan. We don't have this in the budget. I know St. Luke's can seem intimidating to people because it's big, but we don't. Our margins are thin. We've spent what we budget, and we have no money for this. There's no plan for this. But I just went back to the leadership and said, we need to get this church. So what we're doing is we're renting it for the 2 years that it's stuck in the lease. We're renting it for $1,000 a month, and so we have another campus at St. Luke's across the street from Saul's. Now, what are we doing with it? Well, the idea was to start a soft rollout just to let it teach us what it might be, and so we took these cards and we put them in all the mailboxes, and we're going to do it again just to redo for the winter, make sure that they get it. And then when people come to the church, they take the QR code. We've got it mounted in the back, and they zap it with their phone, and they put the information in there. Right now we have data on 120 youngish people, anywhere from 25 to early 30s, so 120. We began by having a service at 4 o'clock primarily led by Corey Jones and Julia Sanford, postulant of our diocese. And Corey can play the guitar. We also pay a keyboard player $50 a week to play. He comes from an African-American church in the morning. And so Ron and Corey play. We cover, just to give you a flavor for the service, we cover House Fires and Chris Tomlin and Lauren Daigle. That kind of music, much the same that Sean and Evan have been playing for us this morning. So it's praise and worship. We really were killing it when the weather was good and we were outside because people could bring their dogs. And so we worship out under the tree and had some rather large services out there, just kind of walk up with dogs. People are leaving Saul's and coming across the street to see us. There's a house full of young women who were all in the same sorority. They all walked down the street and now they're inviting their friends. We're using them as the readers and the greeters, and we've given them all jobs. We're sort of enlisting them for it to be their church. Now, I want you to know that the key to this is not to spend any money on it. We had no money in the budget. We wanted to see if we could do something, on the cheap. So we're renting the space, but all we've done is clean it. So for our Christmas greening of the church, people just brought, whatever they had at the house and some balls from Walmart, and we let the little local school, decorate it for Christmas like they do. And so it's just all done. It's like a little homemade church. So now what we've decided, as we let the congregation teach us what they want it to be, beginning Sunday night, and you are all welcome if you're in the area and you want to come check it out at 4. I know Corey would love to have you. What we're going to do is we're going to create more of a study service, like a praise song, study sermon, Bible study sermon, and then prayers at the end with communion from the reserved sacrament. Because we were finding that now that we've captured young people in the neighborhood, some of them are children of St. Lucas, of course, but others have moved up from, say, Mobile or somewhere, and they're working in Birmingham. Now that we've captured them, they've started coming to St. Luke's on Sunday morning. So this little yellow church has also been a feeder for younger people to come to church. So what we're trying to do is give people an excuse to come back at 4 in the afternoon. So you might worship at St. Luke's on a Sunday morning, but you'll come back for a Bible study, something that's just a little different rather than just having Eucharist over again. Again, I want you all to know that this is an unfolding idea. They're teaching us what they want it to be. Finally, and this just happened, over the Christmas break, William Boyles, another one of our clergy, has been participating in something called Big Time. And those of you Birmingham folks, you will remember Big Time. It was originally a junior high ministry for junior high students. Well, what they've done, it's kind of a parachurch ministry. They have prayer in local churches before school. Well, they've been in existence for so long, now they have young adults who've moved back to Birmingham who want to renew their relationships that they started in junior high. And so William came up and said, hey, Rich, could we have pilot house is what they call it. They call the church pilot house worship with Big Time Ministry, sharing the ministries of St. Mary's, St. Luke's, and Mount Brook Baptist, and then kids from churches all over town. They needed a neutral site, right? It's hard sometimes for a church to go to another church and not feel like it's theirs. And so our little yellow church in Crestline Park, which is simply just belongs to everybody now, they had their first one last Tuesday night, and then they skip a week and they meet, and they break into small groups, and they had 65 people on a Tuesday night in the little church that hadn't seen anybody in a long, long time. So we've given life to another one of God's houses in the neighborhood. We've shown the flag. One final thing I'll add about this. In our particular community, we have lots of children who love us, but because we haven't reached them where they are, they go to other churches. They go to Church of the Highlands, they go to Redeemer Church. I think just by showing the flag for several of these children, we showed that we cared enough for them to give us another chance and to come back on home to St. Luke's. So anyway, I ask for your prayers for our little yellow church, and we'll see how it goes. I have had a couple of developers, and you know how these things work out. They oftentimes don't, but I've had a couple of developers reach out and say, if I get to buy this property, because we'll never be able to afford it when it comes on the market, if I get to buy this property, we'd like to keep a church on there. So maybe it'll keep growing and keep going, but in the meantime, God's given us a little ark that we can follow through the wilderness together. Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys. The common denominator of these 3 stories, it seems to me, is let's try something and God will bless it. So leaving this convention, let's try things, friends, and know that you're not alone in it. We want to work with you, pray with you, brainstorm with you. We're all in this together. Let's try things, and I think God is going to bless those things.
So I'm looking for Bishop Brian Pryor to come up and talk to us and help us do some thinking about Camp McDowell.
I brought some friends. Okay, Olivia, I'm going to transport you. Are you ready? It's summer. It's a hot day. You're at camp. Where are you and what are you doing?
I'm probably down in Clear Creek. Probably down in Clear Creek at Lower Camp. I'm definitely on the swinging bridge.
You got to start over. Sorry.
Okay. I'm definitely down in Clear Creek in Lower Camp on the swinging bridge. We probably were supposed to go for a hike, but we were too hot, so we stayed on the swinging bridge. And we're just sitting there.
Going to transport you now.
Okay.
It's October 11th. It's a Tuesday. What's happening at Camp McDowell?
Okay, I'm going to pretend it's a Wednesday because Wednesdays in October and most of the year we call Wacky Wednesdays. So Wacky Wednesdays start for most of our staff at about 6:30 or 7 in the morning. All of our staff start coming in that live off campus, and we start basically flipping our campus. We have students, about 200 students with the environmental and 100 with the farm. They're going to leave that day. They're going to leave on Wednesday. They've been here for 2 days already, so they're going home. And then we have another 200 with the environmental or 100 with the farm that are coming in that day. And so it gets really crazy around here. Everybody's running around flipping cabins and rooms and dining halls and preparing food. And all of our staff are getting ready to say goodbye to students and teachers and say hello to a whole new crew. And then that same day, usually in the afternoon, we may welcome in the Crescio staff for the next Crescio, and we have that all set up over in Miller Commons. And so Wednesdays are truly wacky.
Great. Okay, what these folks don't know, Olivia, is I'm actually your best friend.
Okay, yes.
But I've never been able to come to camp, and you keep trying to talk me into it, giving your best shot about why I should come and hang out with all the rest of our friends at camp. Go.
Okay, well, as my best friend, you would know that Camp McDowell is absolutely my favorite place on the entire earth. I come all the time. I was here in December. I'm here now. I'll be here in the spring. I'll be here in the summer. You get the picture. I would tell you that there are so many amazing people that will be here when you get here. No matter if you're Episcopalian or not, you are always welcome, and there will always be someone here for you. And that even though it is in the middle of the summer, we have air conditioning now at Lower Camp. So if you get too hot, because it's going to be in probably July, you can cool off in a cabin, or you can come hang out on the bridge with me. And you will meet so many people that you will be friends with for the rest of your entire life.
Wait, what? There's air conditioning there now?
Yes.
I'm in. Whitney, what is one thing that you think most of these folks don't know that happens here? One thing.
I didn't get these questions beforehand. So this is so outside of my box, but I trust you. One thing you don't know, man, I hate to assume what people don't know. You know, I think I would talk about the personal aspect for me, which is what drives me to stay here is the community that I get personally from the folks who come here year after year. month after month and provide that sense of support and understanding of myself and my family and what that does for me. My husband, Andrew, and I will do a check-in every once in a while of like, is it still worth it? You know, are we doing the right thing? We always kind of check in, and the answer continues to be a resounding yes. And I think that is something that, that a lot of people may not know, and that really drives it home for me as the community, not only with the staff, but with the folks that come here.
Thank you. Thank you both. So about a year ago, I started hanging out with Whitney on a regular basis, and the first thing we wanted to do, and you heard this a bit in Bishop G's address to us, is that we needed to stabilize Camp McDowell, particularly after the pandemic. And as Bishop G said, I'm really happy to tell you, do the good work of not only Whitney and her staff, but Phyllis and other folks like that who just done phenomenal work. So financially, we're really in a great place. So we were able to hit that marker. Second was to have a wonderful summer and have the place filled with campers and folks here, and we hit that marker. And the third was to really generate our conference work, as well as the farm school and the environmental school and the folk school, and all to get those all the wheels again really working well. And 2022 was really a great year for us and really positioned us in a really great place, which enabled us to begin a process of what we're doing now, which is a listening session, which is actually really much more of a healthier process to be in when you're not in an anxiety place. Another way of saying that is things are going really great now under Whitney's leadership and all the great folks here, Lamar and the camp department, that now is a great time to do so. So we've had 5 different listening sessions around the diocese, including yesterday, I gathered with over 30 members of the camp staff to be in a listening session, which was great opportunity. Thanks to Debbie's good work, we have an online version of that, and over 150 folks have engaged in that listening session. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. in Stow in the room from the dining hall, if you want to come and be a part of that, invite you to do so. It's less than an hour process to join in with that. And it's really designed to listen. So if you're coming and looking for a solution or to air something, it's really just an opportunity to listen. And there's really great material that's come. All that material then is being digitized, and then there's a discernment group that's going to go through that material to begin to get a sense of sort of patterns and themes and where things are. We really want to have this time to really do what I would say in a lot of the work I do, a whiteboard exercise. So this is not necessarily just particularly or specifically a preamble for a search process for the next, whatever the next leader is going to be here. That'll be a part of it, but it's a great time for us to look at everything, the management, if you will, also the governance, all of that, and to get a chance to do that. So that'll come after the discernment process, and then we'll be able to get a sense of direction we need to go forward in management and governance and all the rest of the stuff that happens. So thank you to all of you who participate in that. If you want to be a part of it tomorrow, know you're invited to do so, and please stay tuned, more to come. In the meantime, know that great things are still happening here each and every day at Camp McDowell. Thank you.
And now I'd like to ask Sean Pazant to come up. He has something he wants to mention to us. Thank you for your music, Sean.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Bishop G. Thank you. Well, I'll also like to thank Chrislyn Smith, who came up and sang with us, and
yes, please.
Of course my son, Evan. So I'm a proud dad. I wanted to take just a moment and extend an invitation to any folk musicians here to participate in this evening's Eucharist. The Eucharist is going to be at St. Francis this evening at 7, and most of the music this evening is going to be out of the All of You 3 hymnal. So if you would like to participate, instrumentalists and vocalists, just show up a half hour ahead of time, and it would be an honor to make music together with you. Thank you.
I think it's time for us to find Hank Polnitz because we have some electing to do. Come on up, Hank.
Good afternoon. Time to do some voting. So we'll need to get our clicker movement going. We'll begin with the vote on clergy representative. This is for the standing committee. And we'll do the clergy rep for the standing committee, and then we'll do the lay rep for the standing committee, and then we'll do the disciplinary. So as you can see on the screen, all eligible clergy nominees are reflected on the screens in the front of the room. I'll wait till we get these distributed and then we'll call for a vote. Retire. Yeah. So is there anybody that does not have their clicker that is supposed to have their clicker? All right. So, like I said, the clergy nominees are on the board. Please vote by pressing the number on the clicker that corresponds to the nominee's number on the screen. Ensure that when you press, you see a green light that appears in the upper right corner. I know y'all can't all see where I'm pointing at. When it appears there, you can vote and vote and vote, and when we cut it off, your last vote is only one that counts. So you can flip 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then when we cut it off, the last one you hit is the one that got counted. All right, so let's go ahead and vote, and we'll give everybody about 30 seconds. It shouldn't take you very long to vote. So number 1 is the Reverend Drew Brislin. Number 2, the Reverend Sally Herring. And number 3, the Reverend Diana Neal. Anybody having any problems, I'll stop for that. Doesn't look like it. All right. Y'all ready? Going. Gone. We'll cut that vote off. And we'll find the results in shortly. Now we'll proceed to voting on the lay representatives on the standing committee. So the nominees for the lay standing committee are Ms. Maybeth Porter and Ms. Erica Huber. So everybody ready? Ready, set. Whoop, I got a question. Well, you can't, until I open the vote, if you push on it, it'll be red. Patience, Mike. All right, let's open the vote for the Standing Committee lay. Press 1 or 2. I need that little ding, 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 ding. All right, no problems. It doesn't look like it, so we're going to close the vote. Well, y'all are very accommodating. Thank you. So next up is the disciplinary board. Thank you. You want me to announce them now? I don't either. Okay. Once we finish all this, I'll give you the results. So we'll begin with a vote for the disciplinary board with a vote on clergy. As you see on the screen, the two nominees are the Reverend Jay Gardner and the Reverend Susan Oakes. Everybody? Yes, yes.
So on the pre-filed nominees that was online, by the Reverend Jay Gardner, the disciplinary board had a 1-year term, and by Susan Oakes, there was a 3-year term.
I'll defer to the staff. Okay. Are you going? Okay. One's for the 3-year term and one's for the 2-year term? 1-year term. 3-year term and a 1-year term. We're, patience.
So, note of clarification, point of clarification, does that mean there are 2 terms that two positions that are being voted on? A 1-year position and a 3-year position?
Correct.
So can we move that we just vote by acclamation if both of those positions are available?
We can't, I'll get back to the mic. Yeah, we can and vote for the 3-year term person, and then the remaining person gets the 1-year term. Is that right?
No, what I'm asking, did the Reverend Gardner pre-file for the 1-year term and the Reverend Oakes pre-file for the 3-year term? And if so, can we move to just accept by acclamation?
I do not know that answer. I will defer to Rob, and he'll check. Is that right? Kelly? So we have no other nominees, and we have 2 positions and 2 people that filed for those positions, right? Okay, since we're, thank you for clarifying that. Since we don't need to vote, since by acclamation we can have the Reverend Jay Gardner accept the 1-year term. Can I have that by acclamation? And the Reverend Susan Oakes to the 3-year term. Next. So moving on, moving ahead of schedule now, we'll proceed to the lay vote. So we have 2 delegates for the, 2 nominees for the lay vote, Mr. Brian Denton, and Miss Nancy Ball. So everybody get their clicker ready this time. And we will open nominations for the lay disciplinary board. You vote for either one or two. Answer. Yes. Yeah, go to the mic if you will, but you want me to talk about both of them? It is. Yes, I know. I know one of them is an attorney. I know Nancy is an attorney. Brian has been as educated as any attorney, I'll say. All right, I'm gonna do my clock. Y'all ready? Any more questions? Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. The voting is now closed. Oh, I'm sorry. The voting is now open. You can vote again, and it's closed. It's closed. Okay. I thought I voted. Okay, as long as that's clear as mud.
Would it be possible to cancel the first vote and redo it?
Okay,
Because a lot of people didn't vote.
We will reset it. So I'm going to give you another opportunity. Ready? All right, are we ready to reset? Just a second. They'll tell me. All right, y'all ready? Ready, set, vote. Okay, anybody have any problems? Doesn't take very long. All right, I'm getting ready to close the vote. All right, let's close it. So the results for the standing committee, the clergy representative is the Reverend Sally Herring. Congratulations. For the standing committee, lay representative is Maybeth Porter. And for the disciplinary board, the lay representative is Nancy Ball. So So I think we're done with our voting for the day. Y'all please do not carry these out with you. We leave them on, we'll go collect them on the table.
We were just figuring out how to use them, so you can't take them home. Okay, everybody, I have just a few announcements to make before you leave. Dinner is here tonight, 5:30. We met Bishop Tenga Tenga, who will be our preacher tonight at 7 o'clock for our Eucharist in St. Francis Chapel. And we have some options for fellowship tonight. One of those options opens right now, as soon as this general session is over. Hospitality in Pfeiffer Hall, hosted by St. Thomas Huntsville. It's an annual tradition, and it opens right after this session. We have a music jam hosted by the McDowell Folk School featuring the Whistle Bees, a new option with an opportunity for you to play and sing, and something about brownies, which I think that goes together somehow. And then tonight at 10 o'clock in Hall, led by Campus Ministries, to close out the evening, we have Compline. And of course, you can just go back to your lodge and rest, and be back here at dinner at 5:30. All right, go in peace to come back at 5:30.